All right, hello everybody, welcome, welcome. It is Monday, which means it's time for another round of our weekly Dreamsnap Reviews. Hey, I love you as well, thank you, thank you. All right, so, since we got our Dreamsnap Reviews, as what we always do is we go over the theme before we dive into it. And if you're, new to watching the reviews on this channel, we use our Discord, and the main reason people submit their Dream Snaps to me is to see if, get an outside perspective to see if there's anything that they could do to make the Dream Snap have an even better chance at 4K. Now, I don't claim to be the best at Dream Snaps, I'm not the king of snaps or anything. I just have a really good track record with Dream Snaps, and I've done every challenge there's ever been. Dream Snaps are my favorite thing about Disney Dreamlight Valley, so I spend a lot of time on my snaps and reviewing snaps, and yeah, we just dedicate every Monday and Tuesday to checking out Dream Snaps from community members. And if you are ever interested in getting your Dream Snaps reviewed, I used to do reviews for everybody. We used to do reviews for followers and supporters alike, but I got so many submissions that it was literally impossible to do all of them. So now we just do Twitch supporters and YouTube channel members. So if you are a YouTube channel member or a Twitch supporter and you would like to do a snap review, just let me or the mods know, and we'll be happy to help you with that. So let's get started. All right, Marvels of Nature is the theme this week. The description states, dress and decorate to celebrate the endless wonders of nature. Let the wind guide you like Pocahontas, create a lush bayou scene like Tiana's, or embrace Elsa's frozen wonderland. So, there's a lot of possibilities for this week. There's a lot of different directions you can go in. And it doesn't have to be these three examples in particular. These are just strong examples. I think a lot of people are going to be doing Pocahontas because Pocahontas is a brand new character. We got some really fun new items that work very well with a Pocahontas build. So I definitely think that's going to be the most popular. Not to mention, voters love seeing new things. They love seeing new characters, new decor, new items. So yeah, Pocahontas is going to be very popular. But, Elsa's Frozen Wonderland is also a great option. A Bayou Tiana scene, another great option. Or you could get clever and creative and, do something outside of those. So really, whichever you want to go with. Okay, now that we've discussed the challenge, let's dive right into your snap reviews. I'm going to move this over so we can still see the screen here. First up today is Nelvaria, and our first Dream Snap to review is actually a Frozen theme. So the first one, and this is a very, very good build, by the way. I think this is going to do quite well, considering it's going to be a bit different from, a lot of people are going to do the Pocahontas themes, I think. I think that's going to be the most common. So this one should stand out. And I do think this will perform well. It's a very well-crafted Dream Snap. You really did capture Elsa's Frozen Wonderland quite well here. Utilizing both Elsa and Olaf is very strong, and I love the use of pure ice to line your path. That looks way better than just using the natural path border. Pure ice is such a good item for a build like this. You have the frozen fountains, the icy willow backdrop, and the fact that we can't see through your snap, you're using the blue street lights to provide a silhouette on the backdrop. Amazing, amazing. You never want to be able to see straight through a Dream Snap if you can prevent that. And then you have these blue swirls from these new items. I think maybe the reason he chose is because he really wanted to use these fun new items, but they are beautiful. I love the blue and purple flowers in the foreground here as well to kind of fit the environment. Very good outfit choice, good companion choice. Overall, this is a very strong snap, and I don't recommend any changes for this. I think it's perfect as it is. You filled it out very well. The backdrop is very classy. And even the makeup, like the white highlights in the hair, the white eyeshadow, all very strong. So ultimately how this does will be determined by what it pops up against, but it's certainly deserving of 4K. So well done, well done. I would not make any changes here. I think for a Frozen Snap, this is about as good as it gets. Beautiful, beautiful. Carolyn is up next.
So moist.
We got Carolyn here. Okay, okay. So for this one, I see you're utilizing the willows. You have the new wind item here with little leaves swirling by. And then we have some waterfalls in the backdrop. The waterfall backdrop is nice. And in the foreground, you have some of the new Pocahontas-themed items. Also, the new dino egg down here in the bottom right. Okay. So the outfit, you're using the one from the Wishful Thinking STARPATH. That, like, green... Almost like a... It's more like a dress, really. I mean, you could say it's a dress or like a witch's robe, but yeah, it works for either. I think this is a great outfit for Marvels of Nature, though. Now, for the environment you've chosen for the floating island, it looks like you're in the Glade floating island, which has like the mud and the really dark grass. I'll come back to this a bit later, but I do think some of the other environments, some of the other biomes are going to offer a little bit more color and a little bit more vibrancy to these nature aesthetics. Now, thankfully, having these blue waterfalls in the back, I think these are a nice touch because they're a very bright blue. They add a very nice color to the backdrop here. And the pergola pawns are cute. But I would consider things like Pocahontas' house. She has a beautiful house. It could be a great thing to fill into your background. There's also some other Pocahontas items that could be very strong here. But adding a little bit more filler into your midground and background, I think, could be a strong move here. And again, we'll come back to the environmental texture once we get a look at some other Dream Snaps here. So Decay is up next. And this is kind of what I mean about the environment. The very next one is a good example of what I'm saying. So this is like the plaza/meadow grass. It has a much lighter color of green versus the Glade, which has the very dark shade. And it pairs very nicely with the new willows. And then there's these new cherry blossom trees or blossom trees, which are absolutely beautiful in your backdrop. I love that you used a few of those layered in with the trees. And also very nice layering of trees in general. You know, you're using the new willows, but you're also using some of the old oaks. You're using these green trees that we got alongside the magnolias a while back. You're using some of the pink magnolias. Just a lot of fun, beautiful color in your backdrop. And this is something you always want to keep in mind when building a Dream Snap. Having good, vibrant colors and color diversity is important. People love to see, voters love to see a lot of fun color diversity within Dream Snaps. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have it to get in the top ranks. You really don't. There's snaps that'll end up in the top 5 or even the public top 3 that, you know, are mostly comprised of a few different colors. But overall, it's a very safe bet to have, you know, a good bit of diversity in your tree line. And I love that you've done that here. So with this, you know, we have the darker grass, and then it's the willows. You know, we have a lot of the willows. The new willows do look really good, though. They do look really good. Lighting here is also very nice. You know, we can see the sun is right behind the camera. You can see the shadows from the little thumper topiary here. Pocahontas in the back. And then we have the new Spirit Fire that you've colored purple here, which looks beautiful. We got the little canoe on the side. And then you're using that new flower petal dress, which is a very fun option. And posing with Miko, I think, is also very clever. People are going to love to see Miko this week, considering it's a brand new companion. We discussed this, you know, when it comes to Dream Snap challenges, right when an update comes out. Featuring the new characters, the new items, is almost always a good play. So yeah, very wise here. Very good looking scene, very good looking snap. Great lighting, great diversity in the colors, in the environment. I think this is very strong. And I think this has a great shot at 4K. You know, ultimately, as always, it depends on what you pop up against and what your voters are like. But I definitely think this is quite solid. Now, I said I would circle back to this a bit later, but thankfully, the very next snap kind of had the notes I wanted to touch on when looking at this one. Featuring Pocahontas here is great. The squirrel pose is fun, but if you have Miko, I do think it would be wise to utilize Miko here. You know, you don't have to, but there are poses that are going to give a better look at your outfit, a better look at your avatar. And I think it is worth considering here because we could see your makeup better if you were a little closer. Now, of course, sitting down does allow us to see like into the waterfall scene in the back a bit better. But I think it's going to be tough if you're matched up against snaps like this that give a very good look at the avatar. And one thing I'm sure we'll see a bit later is people giving a very good look at Pocahontas. I think the placement of Pocahontas in this one is just fine. Having her right next to the fire is good. But this is going to be a great week to highlight Pocahontas almost as much as you highlight the avatar, meaning having both of them rather close to the frame. But in this case, I think it's fine. All right, next up we have Ems. And it looks like at first you had this one, but you sent me some updated variants. And yeah, this is much stronger. This is I'm glad you took the initiative to work in some of the stuff we talked about in the Thursday Dreamsnap guide video. So there's a few options here. So in your first one, you know, the squirrel pose, good distance away, you're quite small, Pocahontas is quite small. But now in the new one, you know, the one with the owl, I actually really like this one because the owl matches your outfit very well. And you have a good shot of Pocahontas here. She's nice and close to the frame. If you could, since you have the swirling wind, if you could get Pocahontas with the, you know, if you use the toggle to turn her on and off, when she comes in, she'll have that hair blowing in the wind animation. And if you're pushing the camera up, sometimes you can get her to pop up right next to you. So with the swirling wind, when you have that wind blowing by, if you get her doing her animation, her hair actually blows in the wind, which is a great way to tie in this, you know, swirling wind effect. It makes the snap feel a bit more animated. So going back to yours, if you could get that animation on Pocahontas, I think that would make this even stronger. I love how you filled out the background here because you had a lot of open sky, but we have the swirling wind here, we have the fireflies here, and then you have the aurora as well. So very nice way to fill up the skyline. I will say if you have the new waterfalls, because you're using the old sunlit waterfalls, I'm not sure if you have the new ones, but they would be much better to have back here rather than the sunlit ones. And the main reason why, they glow blue. They're very bright. They add nice vibrancy to the scene. So if you do have those new ones, I would definitely swap them in for these older ones. And it looks like you did get Pocahontas's animation on this one and this one. But I would try to get it on this one because I think this is your best pose. The owl, again, matches your outfit very well. And this, like, little tiara with the sticks coming out of your hair, it matches really well with the little, you know, feathers coming off the owl's head here. So it's just a very, very good look for the two of you. Now, if you are going to do a close-up like this, I think you did miss a little bit of an opportunity with the makeup. You know, whenever you're giving us a really close look at your avatar like this, it's a chance to put some extra detail into your avatar's look. You don't have to go crazy with the makeup and make them dolled up or anything, but, you know, you could always do it like a light brown eyeshadow to match the dress well. And you can even color your eyes to have this kind of like amber hue that the owl's has. That could be another fun way to play off the owl. So, final thoughts on this snap. I think this is the best of the three that you have. I think this one is quite strong. The environment looks really good. You have a lot of fun colors. Utilizing the sunflowers is very wise. Because if you look at Pocahontas' house, it's got sunflowers built into it. Like, that's going to relate very well with Pocahontas. So, very good job utilizing those. And yeah, final thoughts here. I would consider getting Pocahontas' animation with this pose. I would pay a little bit of attention to the makeup here. You can always do like a dark lip and brown on the eyeshadow. And you can even color your eyes hazel like we talked about to match with the owl. And then if you have the newer waterfalls, I would swap them in instead of these because then you'll get this nice vibrant blue water in the backdrop. Overall, though, with this exactly how it is right now, still has a great shot at 4K. Beautiful snap M's, beautiful snap. Alice is next. And we got a fun little split kind of environment here. I've seen a few of these. Hey, thank you for the resub and welcome. Pops, good to see you, Dad. Good to see you. Oh, by the way, Dad, I don't know if you knew, but Dune, the third movie is coming out in December, so we need to go see that together. We were talking about coming down for Christmas this year, so I'll touch base with you about that. But when we do come down, you and me and, yeah, Jordan or whoever else wants to, we need to go see the Dune movie together. And thank you for the resub, Dad. Good to see you. The guy says preview looks so good. Dude, I love the first two movies. I'm so excited for part 3. It is gonna be so good. All right. So, Alice. Hi, Senpai. Hopefully I will catch this stream, but we'll be traveling in Asia. Oh, wow. Traveling in Asia. Very cool. All right, well, you know, whether you're here now or watching it back is fine. I like the river that splits the two environments here. Beautiful, beautiful, like, blooming lily pads here with the purple. Very nice. And then we have the topiaries here. I like this first topiary, but I don't know if I would use 3 of them here. Maybe instead of these 2 in the back, maybe add one of the thumper ones right here, just to give some diversity to what you have around Pocahontas. I love this one here in the bottom right, though, but I would consider the thumper one just to mix it up a little bit, since they all have the same exact expression and the same stance. I do like that you've turned them so they don't feel exactly the same, but I do think it would be worth considering, you know, adding the other topiary here as well. Great pose for Pocahontas here. You got her nice and close to the frame, which is, again, a very good thing to do with Pocahontas this week, and you've done the same with the avatar. So we get a great look at your avatar. Good job on the makeup here. Nice light purple eyeshadow. Very fun dress choice. And I love this blossom tree you have kind of coming up over Pocahontas, the swirling wind passing by. And going out of your way to feature both, you know, Elsa's Frozen Wonderland and this Pocahontas scene, I think is very clever. So overall, very fun Dream Snap. A good way to mix 2 of the things the challenge was talking about into one environment. I think this will be strong. It should stand out quite well because a lot of snaps are going to be one or the other. So having both, I think will be quite fun. Of course, you know, there's pros and cons to having both. Like, if you're going to have both, you won't have as much room to, like, show off some of the new Pocahontas stuff or a lot of the Elsa stuff. So you're more limited on what you can display, but you get that wow factor of having 2 environments in one. So overall, I think this is quite solid. Should do well. Beautiful snap. Only takeaway here, I would maybe consider the Aurora for your sky if you have it. That would look really good, especially over here, kind of, you know, where your exposed sky is. Having it show over the frozen area would be very cool and work very well with the frozen aesthetic. And then I would consider possibly adding the Thumper topiary just to give a little bit of diversity to the topiaries you have here around Pocahontas. But yeah, very fun split shot. All right, Mr. Left Shark is next. Wow, beautiful shot here, beautiful. First off, the right away, I see this gorgeous lighting. You got the sun behind the camera, light beaming into the shot. We've talked about this a lot. Last week during reviews, I just saw so many snaps that struggled with lighting. They struggled with getting the sun in the right position. And having the sun behind the camera so all that light hits, you know, the villagers you're using, the companions, the avatar. It's just, that's something that separates a lot of 4K snaps from 2500 and 1500. So utilizing the sun is one of the most important things you need to consider when building your snap. And you did very well with that Left Shark. Love the new outfit too. You got Pocahontas' quest rewards, and that works very well with a Pocahontas style build. Love the new earrings. Good job on the eyeshadow. And I like that you have yourself here with some darker hair just to match Pocahontas very well. The Spirit Fire behind you looks great. This purple silhouette in your tree line is very nice. And then we have the Aurora in the top with that little bit of exposed sky. And you kept your area right around the avatar a bit empty. But I think that was wise, especially with the mud path, because we can see these swirling winds a lot better thanks to that. Like in my snap, it's kind of hard to see the swirling winds. You can see a little bit of it right here next to my avatar, and you can see some around Pocahontas. But it can hide. It can hide quite well. It just blends in with the environment. But in yours, you know, with the dark brown in contrast, it stands out very, very well. So yeah, beautiful scene here. Wonderful snap. Very well done, Left Shark. I think this is very likely to get 4K. Absolutely gorgeous. I don't really have any critiques or tips on this. You know, usually I would say foreground, but your foreground is nice because bottom left is filled out with the bush, bottom right is filled out with the fern, and in the opening you filled it out with the swirling leaves. So even though you don't have a bunch of items in this pocket here, you don't really need it because the swirling leaves are giving the effect that you want. All right. Next up, we got Ginger Snap here. Absolutely loving all the items that came with this update. I was going to go with Pocahontas level 10 outfit, but the flower dresses called to me. Yeah, the flower dresses are really nice, and I love the way you've done this one. I've seen a lot of the pink one. You know, this pink one is very pretty. I really like the detail on the petals. But the way you styled this one with the hair and with the back piece here, that little sunflower back piece, very good outfit design. You know, you really played up to what makes this dress strong. Pocahontas, you've actually featured her even more than the avatar, which I think is very, very clever. You know, if you look at this on a small screen, if you're a voter and you're just kind of going through, looking at snaps, like Pocahontas is really going to stand out here. You know, 2 snaps pop up next to each other. If one snap has her kind of in the background or mid-ground, you know, I think she's going to pop a lot here. And she has a very good-looking character model, not to mention you kind of got her looking up into the sky a bit. We have the swirling wind passing right in front of her. You got her house featured over here on the left-hand side, and I love the way you featured the new glowing algae. Like, you have the Canoe glowing algae right under it. Very noticeable. And a very good way to fill in the edges of your riverbank. You're using the tall beach grass that can clip through items. So that way, you know, it actually looks very lively and thick. It doesn't just have that curved ending that a lot of the, you know, river kit pieces have. Love the mix of trees in the back. You have the new willows. You have the blossom trees. We have some green birch trees, some green oak trees. A lot of different trees back here, which is nice. Gives the backdrop a very real feel. Feels like a real forest, you know. A magical forest, but a real forest. And finally, you got a nice little silhouette behind everything. Overall, very strong Dream Snap. I don't have any recommendations here, aside from if there's any pockets in here where you wanted to put, like, a glowing lily pad, that could be fun, but I don't think you need it. You already got the glowing algae in there, and I see that you have another glowing algae a bit further back, and these have like such a big footprint that if it, you know, like there's one here, right, that we see coming over here. You probably can't put anything here, but if you could stick a little glowing lily here or something, or maybe over here, I think it could be fun, but yeah, the footprint on the glowing algae is massive, so it makes that very difficult. So you might not be able to. Again, great job with the sunflowers. I talked about this. If we look at Pocahontas' house, the front of it actually has a few sunflowers. So the fact that you've added some more throughout the side here, and we can see some peeking through the grass, and you have some in the foreground, you know, really good flower choice. Really good flower choice. Makes sense with the character. And I love the fact that we can see the flame from the spirit fire right behind Pocahontas here. Beautiful. But yeah, this is such a great showcase of Pocahontas. And then the Miko pose, another fantastic choice here. You know, it's showing us your avatar very well. I love the way you did the eyeshadow too. This green going into this orange. Very nice. And yeah, the Miko pose is so cute. Miko is so cute. I think people will really like this. Not only does it highlight Pocahontas well, but you get this really good shot of Miko, and we can see the blue glow from the algae. It just this Dream Snap features a lot of the amazing items we got in this update, and I think people are going to love seeing these items playing together. So yeah, very well done. I really like this one. I really like this one. Miko is baby. Yeah, Miko is just, he's just a sweet little baby. All right. Well done, Ginger Snap. I think you did great on this. Muriel is next. 2 different variants. We got like a nighttime shot, and then we have a sunset shot. Okay. Oh, you went with Mulan. Very fun. Very fun. You know, we talked about that at the beginning of the stream. We were talking about, you know, you don't have to do the 3 examples. They mentioned Tiana, they mentioned Pocahontas, and they mentioned Elsa. But Mulan is also a very good option for this because you can really play up things like the magnolias. And those magnolias do pair very nicely with these new blossom trees. I love that you added the petals in here as well. And it looks like you used the little camera trick to get the moon crest in your shot too. Great job on the eyes, by the way, like the deep purple here. Great job on the eyeshadow, the makeup. This is a very nice look. Good feature of Mulan here. And my favorite Eastern building, the Wandering Moon. Absolutely beautiful architecture on that building. I love this thing. And you did great featuring the glowing algae here as well. And you mixed in some of the lily pads we were talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about. You know, this blue glowing algae looks so pretty. And if you pair it with those beautiful lily pads, like those glowing purple and pink ones, it's just a really nice blend. It's a very, very nice blend. Clever to use the red street lights in the back too, because they do feel more pink than red. And it's a nice silhouette on your backdrop. Now, between the two, you know, on the nighttime one, it's cool because we can see the pink silhouette a bit more clearly here. But I have to say, I think the sunset shot you have here is the better of the 2 options. This would likely still have a very strong chance for 4K as it is, like just this one. If you did want to go with the nighttime one, it's still very beautiful. You did a great job with the character lighting. The framing of everything is nice. The colors still come through. But in this one, being able to see the bright red from this Japanese maple and the deep greens contrasting behind the pink, it really makes those new blossom trees stand out so much more. Like if we go to this one, you can still see them here. And it looks like you swapped out the green trees for red on this one. But yeah, I really like the new blossom tree standing out here. And having the moon in the daytime shot, I think, is a really fun touch. Another solid thing about this daytime scene is you get a really nice glow on the petals. They feel a bit more magical. On the nighttime scene, they feel more solid. But I love the magical glow they're giving off in this daytime scene. At the end of the day, both of these are very good options for you. But me personally, I would probably choose to go with the daytime option. We've seen time and time again, voters tend to really, really enjoy vivid, colorful scenes. Snaps like this still get 4K though. I think you would get 4K with either of these. I think these are both very strong. But this one for sure just has... I think this one would rank the better of the two. But I think they're both 4K worthy. Beautiful, beautiful work. Sabelina. Oh, what a cool way to use the new motif. You got the new motif in here. Very fun. I love the way you styled the avatar here. So we have the new, like, bluebird outfit here. You got the new earrings. You gave your avatar a very good Native American feel. The black hair, the hazel eyes, and then having the staff as your pose, I think is really fun. Especially with you using that new motif in such a clever way. Very fun. We got the spirit fire close to the front of the frame here, which is really nice. A very good feature of Pocahontas as well. You got her pretty close up in the shot. So, great feature on both. Also, the sunflowers, again with the sunflowers. And here in this, I think this is the first snap I've seen where somebody's actually showing the front of her house. And this is what I'm talking about. At the front of her house, you know, we have these built-in sunflowers. There's some built-in corn. There's just some items that are along the house that you can play up. So having the sunflowers down here just really plays up the element and the nature of her house. We have some more right here as well, behind the fire. Looks like you're using the fairy tale trees with the thin little tree stalks here. That's what all these little lines are. Those are really fun to use with these. Fills out your forest well. You have the new willows here. Looks like you have some oak in the back. So nice mix of trees. One small recommendation I have for this one, you don't have to do this, but I do think it would be worth considering. These new blossom trees are really pretty, like in front of a green backdrop. I love that you have some here, but with the open space you have on the right here, I think it would be worth considering putting even if you had to move these back just a little bit, putting a blossom tree over here on the right-hand side. It would add some great color diversity to this section of the scene. And you already have such a fantastic mix of color on the left here, having Pocahontas, having the blue flame, and having a little bit of the blossom tree here. Now, yeah, only downside to that is, you know, you'd probably end up having to push these willows back a little bit, which might increase how much of the sky we see. But you could always pivot them or turn them to give yourself enough space to fit one of those blossom trees here. But I do think that would be an amazing thing to add over here on the right side. Even if you don't add it, though, I think this snap is very likely to get 4K. It's very well crafted. I think it's got most of, you know, pretty much everything I'm looking for with this theme. The only other thing is I would love to see a bit more of an expressive avatar. You might not need that, but the reason I bring it up is in a lot of scenes, we see a lot of joy and expression on the avatar. And I think that this typically resonates well with voters just because it makes the picture somewhat relatable because the avatar looks like they're enjoying themselves. I do like the seriousness of your avatar because it fits, you know, it fits with what you're going for. But I would love to see a variant of this where, you know, she had some form of expression. But even without that, I think this still has a very, very high likelihood of 4K. Very beautiful. Gorgeous shot, Lena. Gorgeous shot. You could always keep this one submitted, and then maybe for re-review, we can take a look at one that has, if you have time for a re-review, we could take a look at one that has the blossom tree and maybe a different expression if possible. And then, you know, if you like this one more, you can just keep this one. Tanya is next. So we have this one, and then we have this one. Well, this is a really fun shot with the canoe. So we got Pocahontas' house, the Aurora, blossom tree, willows, and the waterway here. Some sunflowers. And in this one, Pocahontas is going to be a lot smaller, but you do have a good feature of her house. And you have, you know, the blue algae in here, which is really pretty. And a great wow factor with you sitting in the canoe. You actually frame this up very well. I like that you have some reeds here on the left. Give some good detail to the waterway. So there's kind of pros and cons with your choices here. It's going to be a little tricky to decide. I kind of like this one more, but the drawback here is that, you know, Pocahontas is going to be a lot smaller in the shot. But the strength here is that you're going to have a really nice wow factor with the way you've set up the avatar. Like, you kind of have her perfectly positioned in the canoe here, and I love how well this shot portrays the new glowing algae. You also still lined up her house and everything quite nice here on the side. And I like the skyline with the willows. This one gives us a better look at Pocahontas, but I do think this is going to be... There's going to be a lot of snaps like this. The other thing with this snap is, you know, I do like the Aurora and the Mickey Cloud, but the backdrop is so far away that a good portion of the snap is the skyline. Whereas in this one, you know, we don't get as much of the skyline. I like this one more. I think this would be the better of the two options just because, again, it has a really good wow factor. The fact that you got your avatar perfectly positioned in the canoe, showing the new algae, and then Pocahontas on the bank, I think is a really nice touch for this. So I like this one a bit more. I think this one could potentially be my favorite of the two if some of the elements were a bit closer in. Like, this one has a lot of depth of field, but from what we've seen with a lot of Dreamsnap results, voters tend to really like simple, which doesn't mean you don't add detail. It just means that you feature things closer in. So, like if we look at this, there's less depth of field in this one, but we get a very good look at the house, a very good look at Pocahontas. And the willow trees are a bit closer in, so we can appreciate those a bit more. And this one, a lot of the details are a bit further back. So yeah, I think this one is the better option of the two. But they're both strong snaps. Regardless of which one you pick, I think you have a good chance at 4K with both of these. But I think the chance may be stronger with this one. Miscellaneous, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the resub, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Poppy is next. We got two options here. Had to delete the original as I accidentally reset my floating island. Had to start again. Have two pictures for you. Thanks for taking the time to review. First one is the one I've submitted. Okay. So this is the one you have in now. Wow, very pretty. Great shot of Pocahontas. I love that you got the little Miko house in there. That's fun. Hey, Left Shark, thank you for the super
Thank you
chat.
for the review, my friend. Appreciate it as always.
Of course,
and
of
you
course.
got why it was empty on the mud path.
Yes, yes, I understood what you were going for there. It made sense to me. It made sense to me. And thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's good to leave it like that because the one downside to that swirling wind, the leaf animation, is that it is kind of hard to see. Like in this one, just like in mine, you know, we can see it if you look close enough. But in yours, I think, you know, you have it standing out more than most because of the mud path. It really pops here. It really pops. And thank you for the super chat, my friend. Greatly appreciate that. Well, these are both very solid. These are both very solid. Let's see. Let's take a closer look at them. So, Poppy. When you said you reset your floating island, you had to start again. Are these both from before you reset it, or is this one before you reset it and this one afterwards? Because they look pretty much the same. I mean, this one's a bit closer in. Between the two, the reason I keep going back and forth, just so you guys know, is I'm trying to gauge what we're losing when we do get closer. And I think the closer one is going to be a great option here. These will probably rank close to the same, though. Like, whichever one you want to do. I think they're both going to be really good options. The benefit of the one that's a little further away is we can see the wind animation a little bit better here. Whereas on this one, you know, we don't get the wind animation in front of the tree, in front of the brown from the tree on the left-hand side, but it does give a better feature to Pocahontas. Makes her a bit bigger in the photo, and the raccoon looks better in this one with his eyes wide open. In the first one, he's kind of squinting a little bit. I think it looks a bit cuter here. But again, these are very, very similar. I think they're gonna perform about the same. I don't see one, like, you know, vastly outperforming the other. But between the two, I do like the closer one more. I like the raccoon a bit more. I like that we can see Pocahontas better. And you have some really good details on the avatar. This, like, very light neon green for the eyeshadow really stands out here, especially with the earrings. The bold red lip is nice. We can see the topiary as well, and then you got a lot of the great Pocahontas items. So yeah, overall, this is a very, very solid Dreamsnap. Regardless of which one you choose to go with, I think they're going to rank about the same, so you can pick whichever one your heart desires. If it were my choice, I would likely pick this one. But if you like this one more, like I said, I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference because, you know, you got really good features in both. I see this one has the Mickey Cloud as well, but I wouldn't put too much value on that. More than the Mickey Cloud, I would make your decision based on how well the companions and villagers are highlighted. And that's why I would pick the second one between the two. But they're both very strong options. Very good job, Poppy. These are beautiful. I really like the way you set up the avatar here. Dreamer is next. Okay, so we got a good feature of Pocahontas. Looks like you boosted your character lighting. So, the outfit here, Dreamer, the challenge, let's go back to the challenge here. It said to dress and decorate to celebrate the endless wonders of nature. So, dress to celebrate the endless wonders of nature. So, if we look at what a lot of people are doing with that, and this kind of comes back to one of my tips, which is know your voters. What do voters feel counts as dressing to celebrate nature or that theme? You know, if you do a frozen environment, having a frozen themed dress is going to be really good. But a lot of people that went the Pocahontas like, you know, the more natural nature elements. They have a lot of nature-inspired looks or Native American-inspired looks. So these new flower dresses are very popular. Or any of these very nature-inspired garbs. And then also, we see these Native American-inspired looks, because that's going to celebrate nature in a different way, especially when paired with Pocahontas. So I think it looks like this can be quite strong. But yeah, we see a lot of these either Native American-inspired or nature-inspired looks. You know, even Moana's outfit is, you know, very good for the nature aesthetic. You have the first outfit I've seen that I feel like it might be trickier for an outfit like this to win over voters. It does have like these little plant things at the base of the dress, but it doesn't feel very Native American inspired, and it doesn't feel too nature inspired either. And if you're going to be doing a Pocahontas style kind of aesthetic, I would definitely try to do one of those things. So either heavily lean into a nature-inspired outfit or go the Native American route. I think both of those things are going to go over well with voters because that's what we see everybody doing. You can still be different by choosing a different nature-inspired outfit, but I would try to still be in line with what others are doing because you can tell how people are going to vote based on what they make. If they make things a certain way, if everybody's kind of going a certain route with it, then that means those people all agree on how to convey the theme. Now, for your setting here, you got a great shot of Pocahontas. But there's a lot of items you didn't really include this week that I think could have been really good if you're going to go Pocahontas. What about her house? What about, you know, some of the new Pocahontas decor? Like, you've got the Beast flower shop back here. You've got a lot of flowers in the foreground. The flowers are pretty. But what about the new willow tree? You know, I think it's going to be hard. This can get 4K, Dreamer, you know, if it pops up against the right stuff. But if you end up popping up against other Pocahontas snaps, you know, they're using the new willow tree because that is going to go hand in hand with Pocahontas. They're using Pocahontas' house. They're using the pergolas. They're using the blowing wind. As we discussed in my Thursday video, when a new update comes, voters tend to really enjoy seeing the new items getting used. So take a look at Left Shark's snap, for example. You know, we have this new Pocahontas item. We have Pocahontas' house. We have the Pocahontas canoe. And then we have some of the new Pocahontas decor from Scrooge's. And then there's the new fire and the willow trees. All these things that work with Pocahontas. Now, when we go to yours, I don't really see any of the Pocahontas stuff here. Just Pocahontas. So this can get 4K if it pops up against the right things. But I think it's going to be tricky because a lot of the snaps this week, a lot of what you're going to see in the 4K range, at least the snaps you need to be able to compete with, are going to be playing up the new items. So I would consider rethinking your outfit a little bit. And I would also consider adding things like the willow tree. Hey, Kendall, thank you for the resub. I would consider adding things like the willow tree, Pocahontas' house, and some of the Pocahontas-inspired items. Because none of that is really here. You know, it's kind of just a little hodgepodge of like a lot of different stuff. Like, you have the New Year's floating lights back here. You have the tree from last season's StarPath. You have these big root arches. You have this beast flower stall. You have wish blossoms, and you have the wagon wheel topiary. So it's a lot of different stuff. I think it might be a better idea for you to, you know, if you're going to do a Pocahontas scene, why not play up the Pocahontas environment? You know, give the voters something new to look at. And the other thing, too, is when you drop flowers, you don't just want to drop them and leave them. You want to rotate each flower a little differently. Every single flower you have, every single one of these poppies, are all facing the same way. And they're all facing away from the camera, too. So when you place a lot of flowers, you know, if you want to get 4K for a Dream Snap, it's not a good idea just to go to your pockets and hit drop all and then just leave it like that. I would drop one flower, and then you can duplicate it as many times as you need by, pressing the duplicate button, as long as they're in your pockets. So let's say you bring 50 flowers. Drop one flower out of your pocket. If you have another 49 flowers in your pocket, you can duplicate that flower you dropped 49 times. And each time you can twist it and turn it and put it, where you need it to be. But it really looks like to me how you did these flowers was you just opened up your inventory and you hit drop all. And then you just let them fall where they fell and you let them all face the same way. If you want a flower patch to feel convincing, do the duplication method. To get 4K, you got to be ready to put in 4K effort. And it can make a huge difference in how your Dreamsnap performs. You did get the lighting much better, though, from your original submission, so good job there. We got sunlight coming into the scene, which is good. But yeah, I would love to see the new willow trees. I would love to see Pocahontas' house. I would love to see the new Pocahontas fire. I think, it's going to be tough to perform alongside these other Pocahontas-inspired snaps while ignoring the items that work so well with Pocahontas. So, you can keep Pocahontas in here. You can keep the framing the way it is. You can keep the lighting the way it is. I would adjust the flowers, and I would adjust the outfit. And then instead of some of these oaks and some of the other trees, let's bring in some of the Pocahontas-inspired things. And maybe instead of the Beast Flower Stall, maybe Pocahontas' house, You can put that, right in the same spot. Might have to clear out a little bit of space for it. And then you really don't need things like, like these New Year's lanterns you have, way in the back. These aren't really doing anything for you, You can get rid of those and get rid of this old STARPATH tree and put the new willow here. But yeah, the main thing I would work on for this one is really playing up Pocahontas as a character and the decor that comes alongside Pocahontas. Scylla is next. Very fun, Scylla, very fun. We were just talking about the Pocahontas stuff. Look at that, beautiful. Got this beautiful willow on the left-hand side. You got some of the Pocahontas decor over here. The green fire rising up. The pine trees are fun. I would try to maybe get a couple more trees back here. They don't have to be the same pines. You could do oaks back here. You could mix some oak trees into your skyline just to give it a little bit more diversity, because we have the willow here, and then it's a lot of the oaks, and then another willow. A lot of the pines, and then another willow. But with this open sky you have back here, you could always drop a couple of the oak trees back here just to texturize your forest a little bit. And then we have this silhouette in the back, and it looks like you went with the red lights. It's a nice glow. It does seal it off. I feel like a green or a blue silhouette in the back might have been a better option here, because blue would play up to the blue notes you have here with the glowing algae, and green would play up to the swirling leaves and the green flame we have here. But, the red streetlights are better than nothing. I do like that it kind of fills out the forest there. The Miko pose is fun. The outfit works well with the theme. And you got a good shot of Pocahontas here. Now, for this little area here, and also this empty patch here, I would consider some of the smaller Pocahontas items. Like, what if you took, you have this little drum way back here. What if we took that drum and we put that, right here in the foreground where we have a little bit of empty space? And then you can, bring up some of the Pocahontas items to fill out a little bit of this environment here. You can still keep most of it empty as a little pathway. But I would add a few little decor items around you guys. Really good lighting, though. I see the light coming in from behind the camera. Shadows going a little bit to the left here. Got a good pose with Miko. And you are displaying Pocahontas very well here. Another thing I do want to point out is when you make... I talked about this on stream on Thursday. When you make a silhouetted forest, there is a way to make it feel a bit more real. You see how in yours we can see these tree trunks? I want to show you something. And this will be very easy for you to add. We're going to go to one of my floating islands real quick. Okay. So just like you here, I have a silhouetted forest in the back. But you see how there's a lot of texture? It's not just the tree stems in the back. So when you make a forest silhouette, it's to make it feel real, you're going to want to put the street lights a bit further back. And then you put little trees in the forest like this and little bushes like this. If you do that, then it'll feel more like an authentic tree line. So little trees like these right here and little bushes like these. And now if we look at this tree line, you know, it feels a bit more like we're looking into a forest. Because when you look in a tree into you know, a tree line, when you look into a forest, you're not likely just going to see like, you know, a couple of tree trunks sticking straight up. You're going to see some little flora as well. Now, this is very easy to do. All you would need to do is like, you know, in between some of the trees you placed, just drop some bushes, drop some little trees. But yeah, having these like, you know, bending trunks and then some of the bushes back here, it just makes this tree line and glowing forest feel a bit more convincing. So yeah, whenever you're making one of those silhouetted forests, just don't forget about the smaller plants that kind of go in between the trees in front of the lights there. Because if we look at this one, it's just the trees. And then you have the lights really close up, so this tree is like kind of hard to see here. But yeah, you can just add, you know, little bush here, little tree here or there. You don't have a lot of it visible, so you really don't have to worry about it in this space over here, but I would texturize it over here where we can see it. Colors are very nice, lighting is very good, and you featured the Pocahontas stuff very well here. So overall, I think it's solid. If you happen to have the Aurora, you do have a lot of exposed sky. So adding the Aurora to this, I think, would give it even more beauty. So if you do happen to have the Aurora, I would definitely throw that up as well. So final thoughts, I would consider texturizing this a little bit. I would add the Aurora if you have it. And I would also consider adding some oak trees back here behind some of the pines to give your tree line a bit more texture as well. Overall, solid though. Oh, and I would take some of these items and bring them up a little bit just to have a little bit of decor around you guys. I didn't think of the Aurora. I do have them. Yeah, that'd be great to use. I think that would add some beautiful color to the back, and it would pair well with the two fires you have, because you have like the blue one coming out of her house, then you have the green one here, and the Aurora has like a lot of you know, blue and green. I think it would look really good in your backdrop there. All right, Miss Spock is next. Miko wasn't cooperating. I got a shot with him, but he's behind the flower stem. But I also got a good shot of another raccoon. Flower stem, flower stem. Oh, did you have him? Oh, I see. You have him on the ground down here. Okay, okay. Well, great shot of Pocahontas here. She's in like this power stance, which is really fun. And the foreground has some good Pocahontas items. You got a fun outfit, fun Native American inspired outfit. I do like the sunbird shot. And then we have some exposed sky here, but you got the Aurora in there. Some beautiful fireflies throughout the shot. And you got some good texture on your forest as well, which is what we were just talking about. Like if we take a closer look, look at the little plants like within the forest. You know, it's not like just the tree stems here. We can actually see a lot of flora in the backdrop. It's a little blurry when I zoom in, but, you know. And then on this side, too. You know, you got little bushes back here. Little plants here. We don't just cut straight into the silhouette. We see more greenery back there. So very nice. So overall, good shot of the avatar. I will say, between the two outfits, you know, we have this, these two new Bluebird, like Native American inspired outfits. I am not a huge fan of this one. The shoulder pads feel a bit big and wonky for me. So I kind of like the other one more, but it's still a really fun outfit, and it's new, and I think voters will like it. So I think it's still a fun option for sure. But I like this one a lot more. I think the details on this one look better, and it's also not as bulky, so it's a little easier to see past. Like, the shoulders on this one come out quite a lot, and they just look really broad on the female avatar. But I mean, you know, like I said, if you like this one more and you want to use it, go for it. I think this shot would look better with the other outfit though, because we'd see past you a little bit easier. And again, the shoulders just feel so big on this. I'm not a big fan of this version, but I doubt it would change your rank much to go with the other version. I just like it more. The other thing, too, if you've had time, Miss Spock, I don't know if you've had time to unlock the new blossom trees. These new blossom trees are beautiful, and they contrast so well against the big willows. So if you have a lot of the willows, and you play some of these blossom trees in front of them, it can just be a really, really nice way to add a little bit of color diversity to your scene. You got a lot of green, which, you know, it's a nature challenge, so that doesn't hurt, but nature has a lot of other fun colors mixed in as well. Sorry, the male avatar is a lot taller than the female. I'm just going to hide him. But yeah, with the willows, and any other, you know, like the oaks or any of the other trees you mix in, these blossom trees look really good paired with them. So you might not have had time to unlock them yet. That might be the case for you. But if you have managed to get them, or if you managed to get them before this challenge ends, I think mixing them in, you know, maybe one or two of them into your tree line, I think would be worth considering for sure. Overall solid though. I wouldn't worry too much about the raccoon in the corner, whether it's Miko or this one. It's a very, very, very small detail of the snap. What's mostly gonna, you know, like the raccoon down here in the corner, this is not really going to, I think, determine how the snap does. It's more going to be about the way the avatar's displayed, the outfit, the overall feel on that, Pocahontas herself, and then the structure of the environment, the overall structure. So the water, the foreground, and the tree line. That's why, you know, rather than worrying about the raccoon too much, I would consider getting some more fun color back here, whether that's with the blossom trees or something else. Like Pocahontas' house could be another great thing to have, you know, as part of the backdrop somewhere. Because like this one, for example, you know, we have the birch trees in the back adding a different hue of green. There's the willows. There's blossom trees here and here. And then we have the aurora. So it's, you know, and there's her house. There's this new item. There's the canoe. There's the new decor. There's like a nice mix of color diversity here. And you have a good mix in this one at the base of the shot. But a lot of the tree line, you know, if we could break up some of this green with some other fun colors, I think it would be worth doing. Ice baby. A portal build. That's fun. First portal attempt. Wanted the best of both worlds. As always, appreciate your feedback. Yeah, I've seen people do split submissions for this one, but I haven't seen people do a portal submission, so that's pretty fun. I like the giant sunflowers by her house. That's neat. We got the new willow here. You got Pocahontas featured right here. I do think you could bring Pocahontas up a bit, but I guess you're trying to have her more even with Elsa. But yeah, the Elsa portal looks really good. That looks really clean. You did a good job with that. The way it breaks off back here behind the sunflower. And it looks like you might have even got the Aurora back in there. I don't know. That it might just be glow from the castle. But I like the swirling ice magic in here. The sunflowers in the foreground are a nice touch. This new dress, I think, is a fun item to use. It does have a good nature feel. I would consider for your makeup, since, you know, you're close enough to the camera here for it to matter. I think a green eyeshadow, the light pink you have here is easy to miss. I think a green eyeshadow to match with, like, the jade or the base of the dress would be nice. I know the pink you're going with here, but it's very close to skin tone. So it's not quite easy to catch. I think if you had a darker eyeshadow, it would stand out a little bit more. But yeah, I like this. This is fun. You do have a lot of exposed sky on here. I think building this scene a bit closer would have been good, because then you could put streetlights in the back to silhouette your forest so we don't see the edge of the floating island here. It's always good to, like, not have that edge in there. Like, if you look at a lot of the snaps we've reviewed today... Oh, this one you actually did get lights behind. Yeah, that's the better of the two. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, nice. Oh, and it's got the sunset lighting, so it's just better in general. Better saturation. Okay, okay. And that does hide the edge of the island. So yeah, I would not go with this one, mostly because, you know, I recommend always building your snap in a way to where people can't see through it. Like, if you can see through the forest and there's nothing back there but blue, it doesn't feel quite like a real forest. But if you can set it up with a silhouette like this, then we can't see through it. And for all we know, it just keeps going, you know, on and on back there. Like it's a big, deep forest. So the illusion's stronger in this one. So yeah, I would definitely go with the sunset one since you're using the lights as your illusion there. But you did a great job on your first portal. It's very clean, very clean. And it is a fun way to do the best of both worlds, for sure. Good color mixing on the left-hand side as well. I like the reds, the yellows, the oranges mixed in with the greens. I think it celebrates, like, a lot of different seasons of nature. Like, this photo feels like it's got elements of spring, summer, winter, and fall. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But yeah, definitely go with the sunset one. It looks a lot cleaner and the silhouette adds so much beauty. Not to mention, just the color in general is so much better. You know, having that extra saturation from the sunset. The lighting on the avatar, like the skin tone on the avatar looks better. The blue in the sky is a nice deep shade. With this one, the only thing I would change is I would try to bring Elsa up a bit, like she was in this one. That's a small detail, but, you know, I think it could be nice to get her a little closer. Because in this one, it looks like you kind of have her about the same distance away from you as Pocahontas. But if you could get both Elsa and Pocahontas the same distance away and get the sunset lighting, I think that would be worth doing. But if you're done with this snap and you're not going to be doing anything else with it, definitely go with this one. This is certainly the stronger of the two. And yeah, great job on the portal there. Marie is next. All right. Good shot of Pocahontas here. She is a little shaded on the left-hand side because I think the sun is kind of hitting... She's turned a little bit. And we got Pocahontas' house here. A great shot of the avatar. The avatar looks really good. The tree line is really far away, though, and your Aurora Borealis is actually coming down in front of the tree line. And typically, I'd want to have it the other way around. You'd want your tree line in front of the aurora. I think the reason your tree line is so far away is because you were really trying to utilize the river kit so you can have the glowing algae, but I think you should scrap that idea for this one. There's a few issues with it. Number one, if you're going to use the river kit here, it's going to force you to have this tree line really far away. And that's going to force you to have a whole lot of open sky. And are you really getting value out of this river kit piece? You know, like we can barely see the glowing algae. I think it would be much more beneficial for you to just get rid of this river kit and move this whole tree line up. I would move all this up because then we can see the beauty of this blossom tree a bit better. We can see the beauty of this willow a bit better. And we can fill out this a lot of this skyline with some of these beautiful trees. And then you can have the aurora behind those trees filling out the little bit of sky that we can see. I think you have a great feature of Pocahontas' house. But I would definitely try to do more with like the environment around you in Pocahontas. Like you have some of the items here. And I would bring this tree line up for sure. So looking at some other snaps we've seen. You know, this is kind of what I'm talking about. We've talked about this a lot on my channel. Voters love simple. And the funny thing is, I'll bring up my examples again. I think we do this every week, but we're going to do it again this week. I'm going to give you two examples. Now, this is a dream snap, one of my favorite snaps I ever made. This was Nature Takeover. And I built this really detailed scene with a lot of depth of field of this whole town that had been overtaken by nature. And we got billboards with like vines hanging down. There's like houses with vines growing over them. There's all this grass growing out of the fountain. There's all this detail throughout the whole picture. And it's got a lot of depth of field. There's a lot going on. You know, this got around rank 5,000. It got the normal amount of moonstones, but it's one of my favorite snaps. Now, that's pretty normal because this is not a simple snap. Voters really, really like the simple snaps. If it's a snap that requires them to open it and squint for the details or look back into the snap for the details, it's a bit harder for it to perform as well as some other snaps. And the funny thing is, snaps like this take longer. They take much longer. Now, this is Pattern Party. This snap took a fraction of the time. It took maybe 30 minutes. The avatar is right at the front. The villagers are right at the front. There's barely any depth of field, but it's beautiful. This gets top 100. And that's not just a one-off. That happens all the time with not just my dream snaps, but a lot of people's dream snaps. So when a snap like this was rank 15. This was indoors, very close up of Scrooge and a gold vault, right? So snaps like this, they get in the top 100 and they take barely any time to make. You have to have a good idea to pull them off, but they're a lot easier to make and they often rank better. This, I didn't even like this. This was my Pals with Paul's submission. Another top 100. I think I like rank 120 or something. So almost top 100. But you get what I'm saying. Again, very simple. Mickey's house is close up. The balloons are close up. There's not a lot of depth of field. It's colorful. It's beautiful. It's fun. And that's that, right? So this one also ranked very well. And then snaps where I have more going on in the background, a greater depth of field, a lot more detail. You know, they'll still get 4K for sure. But, you know, they'll get ranked 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, you know. Whereas a lot of the snaps I have that end up getting a very high rank, you know, they have a lot of the details closer in and a lot of beauty. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because you have a really good setup here to make a very strong, simple snap, which would likely get an even better rank. You can keep your avatar exactly how they are. You can keep Pocahontas exactly how she is. You can keep the house right where it is. Just lose this river kit and bring up some of these beautiful pieces. Bring this beautiful blossom tree far closer to the front of the scene. Put willows behind that. Put oak trees behind that. And then once you get your forest scene set up, add some street lights for a silhouette behind that. And that wouldn't take you much time at all. And it's going to make your scene feel so much more full. Because now we're not going to have a lot of this open space, because we're going to bring the trees to this space. And you can take some of these sunflowers and put them in the space around you guys. But that would be an easy way to really elevate the snap. You already have very strong lighting. You have a great shot of the avatar. You have great placement on Pocahontas. And you have great placement on her house. What brings the photo down, however, is we have... we can see right through the snap. We see the edge of the floating island here. And then there's just kind of like trees jammed up on the edge of the island with this river kit jammed up on top of them. All so that we can see some of the algae, which we can't even see because it's being blocked by the boats and it's not the best angle on it. So yeah, if you're going to use the algae, I would be, careful about how I do that. I would not have it too far back. You would want it, somewhat close up in the shot. Because it's already, unless you tilt up, it's already going to be kind of hard to see. So, if you're going to use the algae, I'd have it closer up. But you definitely want your tree line to be able to, you want your build set up to where you can fill out most of the frame. That's the safest path to 4K. It's the safest route to go. And it means less work. Because when you build things closer in, you can build less and deliver more. So for example, like this, this I think was a really fun snap. This was before we had like focus adjustments and all that stuff. But again, my tree line is much further back. This was going green. It was like a St. Patrick's Day. But my tree line, it goes back a good ways, which allows me to have more details and things in the snap. But the snaps that got like really good ranks for this challenge, they were all ones where people built things a lot closer in. And the snaps that I create, like this is rank 2, right? This got rank 2. Look at how close up everything is. There's barely any depth of field here. It's just the tea party. And this was a rank 2 snap. So like, the trees come up right to the top. The entire shot is full. So no matter where the eye goes in this shot, there's something to look at. And another rank 2 that I have was this one. And again, there's the edge of the map right there. It doesn't go back too far. There's not a ton of depth of field here. All my trees are like right along the sides. The only reason we kept this open is so we could see this beautiful little waterfall here. But this is another rank 2. And once again, everything's close in. Because voters love the simpleness of that. When you have a whole lot of depth of field, your tree line's way back here, it's going to be harder for voters to appreciate the beauty of this tree line. Now, if you brought all that up, you would have less to decorate and a more beautiful dream snap. So, in closing here, Marie, I think what you should do, you have the perfect setup right now to make a really strong, simple snap. Keep this where it is. Keep Pocahontas where she is. Keep your avatar where they are. You got perfect lighting. Also, Vitalis lanterns are broken. I don't know if you heard about that. You can get this yellow silhouette around you, but they don't cast light anymore. They're broken with this update. So you're not going to get the yellow light casting. You'll just get the haze. You can still use them for the light haze around you if you want, though. But yeah, I would just get rid of the water here and like the glowing algae banner back here. And I would just move all these beautiful trees up. Move all those beautiful trees up. Get them like, either right behind Pocahontas' house or even right beside it. And that's going to fill out your photo a lot better and show off the new willow, show off the new cherry blossom tree. I totally understand wanting to use the new glowing algae because it's very pretty, but I wouldn't use it at the cost of forcing you to push everything else back so far. Bob says that's what was wrong with my snap. I couldn't put my finger on it. It's the lanterns. Yeah, they're broken. Yeah, they're broken. I talked about that in the member video. You know, I made that new video I made an opinion video. I'm going to make a separate video about the lanterns just to talk about it with everybody. I'll probably make it tomorrow, just like a quick video for YouTube. But yeah, that's the one thing with the update that bothers me the most, is that the Vitalis lanterns are no longer casting light. It's a absolute devastating change, because they have for a very long time been the best Dreamsnaps item for, yeah, we've all been using them so much for so long. So I don't think it was intentional that they were changed. I think the devs are very aware of how much we love them, but I've always been worried that they would eventually work the same on floating islands that they do in the valley. The fact that they work differently this whole time was kind of a red flag. Like, you know, why are they working differently in one place than the other? There's not really good reason as to why that is. And I was always worried that when they tweaked some things with coding or with lighting, that the Vitalis lanterns would default to working the same in both places. So I don't think the devs did this on purpose. I think, you know, just as with most updates, they were tweaking other things, and it ended up changing the way the Vitalis lanterns worked. With how popular the Vitalis lanterns have been, I don't think they would intentionally nerf them like that. So, all right. Mushu is next. We got this one. Very fun colors. And then we got this one. Really good lighting here. We can see the shadow of the avatar going back. And this one, very good capture of the new wind item here. Oh yeah, we can see that here. Also, like this hanging piece of corn at the top. I don't think you guys can see that, but it's like right here in the corner. That's a fun touch. So in this one, you have the tree line. You know, this is a bit further back for the tree line, but you do have Pocahontas very close to the frame. You have Miko very close to the frame, and the Avatar very close to the frame. Also, very, very good look on the Avatar. This is an awesome looking fit. Combining the Pocahontas friendship rewards with the blue shoulder piece actually looks pretty good. Got a good feature of Pocahontas' house here. I think the waterfall back here is a nice touch. Overall, very solid snap. I like the foreground elements. You know, we were talking about this earlier. We saw a few snaps where the foreground was pretty empty. And I was talking about using the drum and using some of the Pocahontas items in the foreground. And you've done that here. You know, we have the bow and arrow set right here. We have the drum right here. There's a little pestle set right here. We have a nice little area carved out for the spirit fire. We have Pocahontas' house. These are both good options. The lighting in this one, I think you have the sunset lighting here and the daytime here. The saturation definitely feels more bold on this one. But I like the Avatar a bit more here. And I like Pocahontas here as well. I think having her closer is definitely a good way to go. But I would love to see this one with this lighting. I love this lighting. Everything is so beautifully saturated here. I think this is a really good shot for the Avatar and Pocahontas, though. So between the two, I think this one, and also the wind effect kind of swirling around you is really strong. So I think this is definitely the better of the two shots, but I would love to see it with the same lighting and color we have here, because the colors really pop on this one. They look really good. Also on the second one, in the first one, you didn't have that like little piece of corn that was hanging down on this side, like we do here. Like, that's fun. But yeah, I think this is a very solid snap. Most likely, yeah, I definitely think this will get 4K. I would love to see the new blossom trees if we have them, but there's not much room for them if you're going to use the waterfall, Pocahontas' house, and the new pergola. So you don't really have to worry about that. There's not really a place where you could put them. And then also, I would usually like to have the tree line a bit further up, but I think you filled out the sky very well here. Like the hanging corn, the swirling wind looks really good in the middle. And you can't really bring the tree line up closer if you're going to have the river kit and the waterfall here. Because to fit the glowing algae, you need a really big river kit piece. So that's going to be a little bit limiting there. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot here, Mushu. I feel like this will very likely get 4K. Mama Dukes. Oh, what a fun look. Beautiful lighting, beautiful color. And look at how well the blossom tree looks. And this is what I've been talking about with some of the other snaps, you know? Notice how there's not as much depth of field here. But it's gorgeous. Like, you don't need to build things back really far to make a beautiful snap. And voters eat stuff like this up. They love a beautiful, simple snap. At the end of the day, what most voters are looking for is beauty. They want to see something breathtaking. They want to see something beautiful. And when you can pull off a shot with nice color composition, diversity within the colors, vivid colors, strong lighting, they're not going to care if they can see 200 yards into your snap. So you don't have to do these really big builds where things go back super far just to use the algae or just to use one item or another item. Focus more on building a beautiful photo. Make that, you know, the number one objective over adding every single item you may want to add. Because if you get to the point where you're like, okay, I want to make my snap, but I want to use all these new items, well, you're going to be forced to build things a certain way. Whereas if you take a simpler route, like this is a good example of what I've been talking about, because this is a simple snap from a voting perspective. It's not simple to make. That doesn't mean, hey, anybody can make this. It just means from the perspective of a viewer, it's very easy to understand what's going on here. You don't have to look very far into the snap to appreciate its beauty. And you don't have to build very far back to pull something like this off. So we have the blossom tree right here at the front over the entrance of her house. We have the willows right beside her house. Then we have the pergola right across this small section of river. We have the canoe right here. We have another blossom tree. And where we do have, you know, the open sky, we have the swirling wind passing right overhead. We got a great animation on Pocahontas. We got her hair blowing in the wind here as the wind passes her by. And a very good outfit for the avatar. You know, it ties very well into like the Native American feel. You know, it's a Moana fit, but it does work really well with the idea. We got a good little shot of Miko down here. And then for the foreground on the left, we have the Spirit Fire. So yeah, this is absolutely beautiful. I think this is like a guaranteed 4K. I don't see a world in which this doesn't get 4K. Like I said, voters eat stuff like this up. The subjects of the photo being the Avatar and Pocahontas are very well featured. It's got amazing color, amazing saturation, and ideal lighting. So again, you know, you do not have to make ultra complicated snaps that have this extreme depth of field. If you take really strong items like Pocahontas' house and put them closer to the camera, and then put your avatar closer to the camera, and put your villagers closer to the camera, this pocket right here would not take you too long to make. Like this little section right here on the left, everything on the left. It's Pocahontas' house, a blossom tree, 2 willows, garden stones, a few Pocahontas items, and then a companion and Pocahontas. Now, behind that, you know, there's some beach grass and some extra plants. But yeah, this little section right here, this is, well, I don't know how well you guys can see it, but let me do this. This little section right here would not be too difficult to make, as opposed to, I've seen a lot of snaps where people have taken Pocahontas' house and they've put it, you know, 40 yards away, and they build a whole bunch of different trees, and there's so many extra items there. Whereas if you just took a handful of those items and put them closer to the frame, not only would your snap be a bit easier to create, it would also be more beautiful, and it would better highlight the new items we've received. Like, this basket is so pretty, but how can you really appreciate its beauty if it's 200 yards away from the camera? Take strong items and feature them closer, and that's going to allow you to build your snaps faster and make them extremely beautiful. Very well done here, Mama Dukes. Very well done.
Yeah, mate. Have a refreshment.
I do have a little bit of water. Brooke Barnes says, I really hate Prince Eric because he keeps wondering and saying, I wonder how Max is when I need Max more than he does. Brooke Barnes, I would just ignore it. I play with the sound off most of the time. I like, when I play this game, there's a few things with the sound I don't like. In Dreamlight Valley, the music goes in and out. Like, it'll play music, and then it'll stop. And then the music will come back 15 minutes later, and it'll just be quiet. And then I have to hear Eric playing his stupid little flute, and, Ariel always being like, we have to stop Ursula from taking control of this valley. Even though Ursula has, just been helping us for the past years. So, I'm like, okay, I just don't even have the sound on most of the time. But yeah, just tell Eric to shut up. All right, we got Jedi Lauren next. Beautiful. Oh, a little topiary scene back here is really cute. Oh, and I do need to update my goal because we got that. We got a dono from Left Shark in Super Chat. I know it was Canadian currency. I'm trying to see what that is. Okay. About 365, so we're at 4165. Okay, got it. I figured it out. Less than 1,000 bits away from goal number 145. We've hit our previous 144 goals consecutively on this stream. So thank you again, you guys. 144 goals in a row. Close to 145. All right, so for Jedi Lauren here, one thing I would try to get down on this one, Jedi, this actually really embodies well what I've been talking about. Getting a lot of these items close to the frame. Hey, we got a brand new supporter. Let's go. OG Gamer 1965. Hello, my friend. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Y'all drop some love in the chat. Got a brand new friend joining the supporter fam. And also OG Gamer, as a new supporter of the stream, you are more than welcome to participate in our weekly Dreamsnap reviews, should you so desire. Totally optional, of course. It's just there if you want to. Whether you're a supporter on Twitch or a channel member on YouTube, that is one of the perks you get. You can participate in these weekly reviews. So, yeah, just let us know. Let me or the mods know if you'd like to participate, and we'll walk you through it. All right. So, for your shot here, Jedi, really good job getting the house up close, the willows up close, the blossom trees up close. One thing I would tweak about this is the lighting, especially on Pocahontas. She's a little hard to see here. The avatar is kind of easy to see. Have you tried adjusting character lighting? It looks like Pocahontas might be in the shade. So I don't know if something is, blocking the space between Pocahontas and the sun. Or it could just be the vignette. But one thing I did on mine that was helpful. I actually went into the settings and I customized the vignette border. Let me hide my avatar. But on my shot, I had Pocahontas, like, right about here. Like, kind of in front, you know, right behind these sunflowers. She's very close to the frame. But the vignette is on by default. Like, this is how, you know, this is the default vignette. You see how dark it gets? So I took the vignette and I rolled it back to -20. So there's still a vignette, but it's much more mild. So this is how it usually looks, and this is what I set it to instead. So this is a much more mild vignette, and I was able to get more light on Pocahontas because of that. So that might be why Pocahontas is coming out a little dark on yours. Yo, Alice loves kimchi. Thank you for the 300 bits, my friend. Much appreciated. Less than 600 to go. So yeah, let me check submission here. And I also boosted character lighting. So I did character lighting and I rolled back the vignette. And because of that, we get a very good view of Pocahontas here. Now, going over to yours, I think that would be a really good change to your Dreamsnap. Because you got a beautiful look on the avatar here, really good dress choice, and a really good feature of the environment. But the vignette border is really strong, and it's making it rather dark. And it's going to be hard to compete with snaps. Like in this one, there is no vignette border. And the saturation is nice, the lighting is nice. It's going to be hard to compete with snaps like that with a darker snap. Even though this is very strong, the framing is perfect, Pocahontas' placement is perfect, the outfit is perfect. But a lot of people, they vote fast, and they vote on small screens, and they make up their mind very quickly. So if two very strong snaps pop up against each other, oftentimes the one that's going to win is the one that catches their attention first. And if we look at your snap versus a snap that has good saturation and lighting, it's going to be hard for you to pull the attention first and capture that crucial moment where, you know, they lock in and decide on the vote. Pocahontas is very hard to see. The avatar stands out a lot, but some of the beautiful colors, like, you know, these blossoms here on the side, these butterfly flowers here, a lot of this is rather difficult to see. And I think if we had a bit more light on Pocahontas and played around with the vignette, I think this would be like one of the best snaps we've seen today. Because you featured Pocahontas very well here. And you brought all these amazing items close into the frame. But it feels almost like all the attention is on the avatar and very little of it is on the beautiful environment you've made. Because the avatar is the only thing that feels like she's well lit. Everything else feels very dark. So my thoughts on your snap is that it's very, very strong. Even if you keep it how it is now, it has a good shot at 4K. But I think you can make that shot and that chance a guarantee if you strengthen the visuals we have on Pocahontas and on some of the surrounding environmental details here. But yeah, beautiful work here. Beautiful work. All right. Let me put these back with the others. Yeah, again, excellent shot of Pocahontas here. But since the natural vignette darkens the corners and her head is in the corner here, it also darkens the edge of the frame. So since she's right on the edge, like, a lot of these really good strong shots I'm noticing have either no vignette or very mild vignette. Like this one, either no or mild. I don't think there's... I think they turned the vignette on... No, I think there's still a little bit of vignette on this one. Hard to tell. Looks like the vignette... Yeah, the vignette's off on Miss Spock's as well. And Pocahontas is here on the right side. This one as well. We have Pocahontas on the right-hand side, but the vignette is off. We've been talking about... And same here. Because we've been talking about the vignette for a while. And it's something that comes up quite a bit when playing with a villager or anything for that matter where you have a presence on the side of your shot But yeah, this is an absolutely beautiful framing. I think this is one of the stronger snaps we've seen today because, like I said, you brought everything in. You have some of the best items like the willow trees, the blossom trees. You have a really strong outfit. You got a really good look at Pocahontas' house. I would just try to make Pocahontas a bit more visible and let some of these colors shine through. Breezy is next. I want to get both Pocahontas and Moana this week. Managed to grab Miko in the shot too. Would love to know what you think. I may not get a chance to make changes to it before the entries close, so fingers crossed it's good enough. Well, Pocahontas and Moana look great. But for future snaps, since you won't be able to change this one much, Breezy, I do think this would have been stronger if you brought some of this stuff up a little bit. Because let's look at your mid-ground. So you have a lot of space between these trees and between your subjects. So Moana, Avatar, Pocahontas. And we have all this space back here. So if you would have taken, Moana's house and put it far closer and taken these blossom trees, put them closer, and these willows, if you brought all this up, you would eliminate a lot of this space that feels a little empty. And the main thing you have filling the space is sunflowers, but it's a lot of them. So in a way, it feels a little repetitive. I love the sunflowers, but, we have them here, 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 here. There's so many different little patches of them. And then we have a lot of, empty grass patches, which feels natural, but we could have taken these items in the back and played them closer, and you would have been able to do less work, and also the sunflowers wouldn't feel as repetitive, if that makes sense. So, still a strong snap. I think you got a good shot. I think you got a good shot at 4K. Really featured Pocahontas very well here. Moana's very fun. You got a great outfit. I like the headpiece you chose with this. But I do think it would be great for you to consider moving forward with Dream Snaps, that you don't need this much depth. Again, if we revisit a lot of the snaps I have that, end up getting very high ranks, it's a lot of snaps where things are built closer in, because you can get a lot of beauty that way. I'm not saying you always have to do this, but when, a good rule of thumb is to have your tree line, the top of your trees come to just about the top of your frame. If things are far away enough to where you have a lot of space between the trees and the top of the frame, you can still get 4K that way. But it's a lot easier to build scenes like this closer in. And then we could actually see Pocahontas' house a bit better. Because since it's so far back, most of it's covered by you. We can see a little bit of the sidewall here. And if we had built this scene a little closer in, we would get more value out of Moana's house, more value out of Pocahontas' house, more value out of these blossom trees. Now, I know you said, you're traveling or busy or something, so you won't have time to adjust. So I think this still potentially could get 4K. The biggest issue is you left this open. You took the time to put lights here for a silhouette so we can't see through your snap. So we can't see through this at all. We can't see through this at all. We can't see through this at all. But if we keep going, it just stops and we can see right through it. And there's the edge. So make sure you follow through with your silhouettes and your trees. You could have put another tree here. You could have had some silhouettes behind that. Always look at your entire backdrop, your entire angle and frame, and try to fill out your snap. And again, that's easier to do if you build closer. So I think you would have got more value out of the items you're using if you had placed a lot of them closer to the camera. all this depth is not needed to get 4K. This shot is such a good example. We were just talking about, that's why I want to go back to this. Look at how close Pocahontas' house is. It comes right up to the top of the frame. We can't see over the trees, and therefore the entire photo is full. And all of these great decor items, like these new Pocahontas items, they're right here in the foreground, easy to see. The fire is easier to see. And we can still do beautiful things with the silhouettes right here. For Mama Dukes, again, the house is very close up. And, you know, this is another player that very consistently gets 4K. And if you notice how close in a lot of the items are, you know, Mama Dukes knows how much voters like that. And that's why she's so consistent with her results. Things like the canoe and Pocahontas' house and this new basket, they're all very prominently featured. They're all very well featured. Now in yours, all the new items are far away. The items you featured the best are sunflowers, which we've had in the game for a long time. So my advice, you know, if you don't have time to change this, don't worry. I think it's still 4K worthy. I think it certainly can still get 4K. It has one of the most important things, two of the most important things. One of them being good lighting. You got the sun behind the camera. You're lighting up your villagers and your avatars perfectly. Number two, you have your subjects close to the front. Pocahontas is easy to see. Moana is easy to see. The avatar is easy to see. So with those two strengths alone, you're likely going to get 4K. Now, if you would like to go from 4K to having an opportunity to get an even higher rank to, you know, get those top 100, top 1,000 positions, consider doing everything you're doing now, but bringing things in. You know, bring items up closer, show off those items. We got some fun, brand new stuff in the game. Like, you know, you have a new Pocahontas item right here. It's so tiny. It might as well not even be there. Same with the little drum. You know, it's buried behind the sunflowers. We have, now the fire, thankfully, has a big presence. So at least this one is noticeable. But yeah, I would definitely consider playing things closer to the camera. You got the right idea with, you know, the villagers and the avatar. Take that same idea, take that same approach, and apply it to your decor. Gypsy, hello! Welcome, my friend. Apply it to your decor and your environmental items and bring things in, and you'll have an even stronger snap. Beyblade says, I hope you had a relaxing weekend. Yeah, it was good. I mean, you know, got my taxes done, made a couple of videos, and had my anniversary with Jordan. All right. Oh, this is magical. Interesting. Is my take on this week's snap super risky? I just envisioned a jungle dryad for myself, but I'm always ready for some pointers. The first picture is my current submission. Side note, I tried placing dragonflies in my photo, but they seem to be missing. I took my picture in the meadow, floating island, but I was wondering if you ran into this bug too. I haven't used the dragonflies since the new update. I'll have to look and see if they broke them. But yeah, I haven't played with them yet, so I don't know. I do love that you're using the new Nala Dream style. Now, I do think, between the three, for sure, this one with the butterfly. That's so fun how you're looking at it. Now, I do think there might be some risk involved here. Like, I see what you're saying. You know, and then, not that there's anything wrong with this photo at all. This is a really good, well-crafted photo. You've done pretty much everything I talk about doing. You got perfect lighting. Your subjects are close to the frame. And look, your tree line goes out of the top. You know, you didn't build super far away. You brought things in, which means all the beautiful elements of the scene are very easy to see. This is a great example of what I'm talking about, you guys. This is a perfect example. So, you know, if we look at shots where things are further away versus shots where things are closer, it adds such a high element of beauty, and it allows voters to see everything very clearly. Again, a lot of people vote on small screens. They're voting on Nintendo Switch, they're voting on Steam Deck, they're voting on Apple Arcade, and a lot of them don't enlarge. So if you want a better shot with those faster voters that are on smaller screens, don't just bring in your avatar and your villagers closer, bring a lot of things closer. Bring the beauty right to the forefront of the scene. A Dreamsnap does not have to span the entire floating island to get 4K. Just remember that. Remember that. A lot of the highest ranking Dream Snaps are built pretty close in. Johnny, thank you for the hundo. Much appreciated. So yeah, I see what you mean about the risk, but like, I really like this. I think this is a great way to utilize the new Nala Dream style, and no one's used this yet, so I think that's really fun. You know, the risk portion comes from like the know your voters. You know, most voters are, you know, most people seem to be going in the direction of like Pocahontas, or Frozen, or both. That seems to be the consensus. That's like what most people are doing. And the big reason why is because voters like seeing new things, but you are still showing new things. You know, you're showing a new dream style, and I think that's gonna be really, really unique. Now, the other thing is that, you know, we've had a lot of snaps lately where there have been like fantasy or fairy inspired elements. Like if you look at the, you know, Small Wonders, so many people did fairy themes. So a lot of people have seen like, you know, mystical builds lately, but this feels really different. I think there's always risk when you go outside the box from what everyone else is doing. There's always some risk there, but it's more like a high risk, high reward. You take a risk by going against the grain, but the fact that you go against the grain and you make something very beautiful means it might end up paying off in high dividends. Like this could be rank 1. This could be rank 2 or rank 5. Because you still did the theme, but you did something no one else was doing. So you're going to stand out really well in the voting phase. Now, I'm not saying everybody watching this should try to find a way to be super different. If you want the safest path to 4K, then give the voters the same thing that they're doing. You know, toe the line, so to say. When you don't toe the line, it does come with risk, but it also can come with a huge payoff. And I expect this to have a huge payoff. I think this will be one of the higher ranking photos from this week. You know, I think the pose with capturing the butterfly here in the front, the way you styled the avatar, the dark green lip, the gold and pink eye. Johnny, thank you for the 45 and the hundo, my friend. Very close to today's goal. Less than 400 bits to go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. If you're enjoying the content, you guys, if you get value out of these Dreamsnap reviews, or just the content in general, consider supporting the content. If 4 friends were to send 100 bits right now, we will be all done for the goal. Number 145. Sarah Lilies, thank you for the hundo. Much appreciated. Bits or super chats, it all counts, you guys. It all counts. And thank you for supporting the content. After all, I would not be able to do these streams or make videos if it wasn't for the kind individuals that make all of this possible. Oh, and by the way, for those watching on YouTube, we do have new benefits for channel supporters. I'm going to be doing member exclusive videos, which are going to mostly be unscripted opinion pieces. And we're going to be doing, hey, Goldman, thank you. Wow, you guys actually blew it away. Dakai with a big 400, Finn with a big 300, Sarah Lilies with the 100. Thank you, guys. Now we're over the goal. Much appreciated. And we're actually working to revamp YouTube memberships in general. I want to offer you guys more on YouTube because since we started streaming on YouTube, we've had a few more people joining the memberships. And I want to make it worth your while. So I'm going to do member videos, and I also want to give you guys some fun things to use in chat, kind of like we have on Twitch. There's like fun things that supporters can do. You also can access the weekly reviews, you know, if you want me to review your Dreamsnap, whether you support on Twitch or YouTube, it doesn't matter which one it is, you can take advantage of the reviews. But yeah, this is a really fun snap. I think it comes with risk, but I don't expect it to be bad at all. I expect this to be extremely high ranking. When you take a risk, if you know, by going against the grain or doing something different, you need to go big. You need to make it as beautiful as possible, because then not only are you going to stand out because you're different, but you're also going to shine. And I think this is one of those examples where you're going to stand out and shine. So it embodies the theme really well. You know, the description mentioned Pocahontas and Elsa and Tiana. Man, nobody did Bayous. Nobody did Tiana this week. I haven't seen like any Tianas. At least not here. I know they're out there, but we haven't seen one yet. But, you know, I've seen some people do Moana, which wasn't mentioned. And this is the first time I've seen anybody do Simba and Nala. But they are great choices this week. This challenge is about nature, and everyone's highlighting villagers. So if you're going to do a jungle setting, you know, highlighting Simba and Nala here, I think is fantastic. And this is such a good design for the avatar. I think this is very powerful. Really good pose, too, with the staff, with the green orb. And catching her looking at the butterfly is so pretty. But yeah, I would certainly go with this option. The way you're locked onto the butterfly here, I think that's a really good wow factor. I think it's great storytelling. They're all good. I think no matter which one of these you pick, you're going to get 4K. I don't think it matters for 4K, but I do think this would be the highest rank out of all of them. So, absolutely beautiful. Well done, Beyblade. Well done. Sabzi, we got another Elsa snap. Okay. Another Frozen snap. I didn't want to rush through the STARPATH and Pocahontas, so I went the Elsa route. Gotcha, gotcha. All right. Well, this is a great direction to go if you don't have a lot of the Pocahontas snap, or a lot of the Pocahontas stuff for your Dream Snap. And yeah, good capture of the avatar. This is one of the better dresses to use. I like that you have some pure ice in here. Again, these are great for details. Sven, Elsa, Anna. Now, I'm curious, Sabzi, do you happen to have that new item we got not too long ago? There's a really good new winter item, or like Elsa item, like Frozen item. It was in the premium shop. If you might have gotten it, but maybe you forgot you had it, or maybe you just don't have it. But if you do have this, I would really think about using it this week. It's probably one of the best snow items we've ever seen, or best ice environment items we've ever seen. It's a premium item called Swirling Snow. So, I haven't used this since we got it, but it was added near the end of the last update, and it's one of the most beautiful items we've ever had for frozen or snowy builds. We just haven't had a good theme for it yet, and we did have another player using it here, like Nelvaria is using it in this one. We have it around the base of the shot here. But if you do have that item, I would really consider it. Hey, we got a new channel member. Let's go. Thank you. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. Oh, I think we got gifted memberships because it keeps going. Oh, Sunshine. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you. We got Casanova, Tiny Turtle, Foxware, Hudsunumi, and Jetri. Very nice, very nice. Well, if you're here right now, guys, if you guys just got a channel membership, keep in mind you get the same benefits as any other channel member. So if you want to join our Discord, or if you want to join our Discord, or if you want to get snap reviews, just let us know. Let me or the mods know. We're happy to help. Also, now that I'm in YouTube, I see Juju say, I love your honesty. I see streamers compliment everything, which isn't always helpful. That's, Juju, I'm glad you feel that way. That's why at the beginning of these videos, I always give a little disclaimer, you know, because I feel like, and also I always tell people before they submit for review, like, I would not be doing my job if I just only gave praise. I know that the reason people send me their snaps is because they want to improve, or they want to know they're getting 4K, or at least know they have a good chance of that. And if I see anything that can help make it even better, I'm always going to be honest about that. And also, you know, when it comes to people submitting the reviews, they know it's for critiques. So if somebody's watching this for the first time and they've never seen my content, they might be like, why is this guy so mean? He's just like looking at every snap and finding something wrong with it. That's what people want me to do, you know? Like that's what I'm here for. I'm not saying I make better snaps than anybody. I'm not saying that I'm the best. You know, people just want an outside perspective. Like, what's my honest take? And by being honest, I've helped, or at least I've been told that I've helped a ton of people get 4K more consistently. So I'm always going to be as honest as I can be about it. And it's never to be rude. It's never to be mean. It's genuinely to help. Like, I want to help people learn and grow. And I've learned and grown a lot by critiquing myself and you know, on the occasions where I didn't get 4K, I looked at my snap critically and I said, what can I do better? I would look at snaps that did better, perform better, and I would take notes and I would cross compare, and I would always look to improve. And I think that's, you know, that's the key to working well in Dreamsnaps, is always looking for growth or ways to improve. And I don't have all the answers. You know, there are definitely people out there that make way better snaps than me, but I think I have a pretty good eye for things. You know, snaps are like my favorite thing about the game, and I've participated in every snap challenge, so I'm gonna be as honest as I can be, but I also always try to point out what people are doing right. I think that's extremely important. You know, if you only harp on the things people are missing, then they might feel like they're just not doing good enough, which is rarely the case. Most people that are taking the time to submit for reviews are already doing a lot of things very well. They just might not be hitting what they need to hit for 4K, and that's fair because only 4 out of every 100 people get 4K. So 96% of players that submit a Dreamsnap will not get 4K. 4% will. So when it comes to getting 4K, you really got to give it your best shot. You really got to give it your all. And when it comes to me giving people advice catered towards 4K, I'm going to keep that in mind. You know, I'm going to cross-reference or compare with people that do regularly get 4K. We're going to look at all the main notes, like, you know, distance from the camera, lighting, composition, quality, theme, as much as we can. Because the last thing I want is for somebody to submit for results and just not really learn anything if they are trying. All right. I said, oh, that's why you're so mean. Exactly. Exactly. All right, so let's see. This was... I think we got a little off track there. Sabsies. Yeah, so you don't want to rush through STARPATH and Pocahontas. Elsa route. Yeah, Elsa's a good safe route here. Overall, great lighting, first off. Highlighted the avatar very well. Good shots of the villagers. You know, you got Olaf, Sven, Elsa, Anna, so great cast here. The raccoon is cute. I think you chose good colors for the raccoon since you're doing the wintry theme and having like the white trees in the back. It does blend well with him. Good job on the eyeshadow as well. Now, like I said, if you do have that new swirling ice item, if you have this, I would really try to find a way to incorporate that into your photo. I know this is a premium item, so you might not have it, but I would try to make room for it if you do. You can always expand the part of the path you're on here, maybe add it to that, because you'll get those blue swirls in here, which would be beautiful. Aside from that, I think a little bit more pure ice wouldn't hurt. You have like one here and one here. But I would place a couple more within your environment, not on the path, but a couple more on the edge of the path. Like the snowballs, I don't think you really need the snowballs here as much. I would do more pure ice there because it looks a little bit more natural. The thing about the snowballs I don't really like is that they are perfect spheres. If you've ever rolled a snowball in your life, very rarely will it be a perfect sphere unless you're just some kind of snowball making god. But I'm not the biggest fan of how they look. I think the pure ice looks a lot more uniform and it feels like it fits the environment better. So I would do more pure ice instead of the snowballs, and I would definitely consider adding that new item if you have it. But yeah, overall, very solid for an Elsa themed snap. Another thing to consider is you have a Vitalis lantern behind you. Keep in mind, they are not working. They're not doing what they used to do. They will not cast light. So if that's why you have it behind you, you can use something else. You could give yourself a blue silhouette, which could look better with this environment. Totally up to you. You could keep the yellow silhouette, though. That's fine, too. How do you create the effect with the lights? Which effect? Are you talking about the glowing light here? The yellow light? That's just an item called a Vitalis lantern. It used to look a lot better, but it broke with this update. Now, if you're talking about lights like in the back, those are street lights. But yeah, like this is a street light. So this is just your typical yellow street light placed directly behind the avatar. Or not directly behind the avatar, it's a few feet away. So that way, you know, the avatar completely covers it and then the light shines through. For that to work, the light needs to be on. So, you know, sunset or nighttime is going to work. And I can show you real quick exactly what you can use for that. So if we just go into our lights here, all of the basic craftable street lights will work. So let's say a blue lamppost, right? You see how it has like this haze of light on it? So if I put this here, I can do, and you can make the silhouette stronger by adding more. So you see, that's how it looks with one. And then we could, instead we could do like, you know, the more we add, the brighter the silhouette gets. Now, when you do a silhouette, you don't really want to see the lights. You want to make sure you're blocking the lights.
Hi, everybody.
So you'll need to position your avatar properly. So you want the avatar to come up, you know, kind of like this. So now we have that silhouette, but you can't see the light behind me. I need to move up a tiny bit more. And essentially, that's how you get that glow around the avatar. And the same thing applies for your tree line. So if you look at the glow people are getting from their forest, it's just a wall of streetlights. Just be sure if you use this technique, you don't want the actual light bulb to be showing. So you'll want to use trees that are tall enough to hide the light bulbs. That way you just get the light without actually seeing the street lamp itself. You just get that beautiful illusion of a glowing forest. All right. Horizontal is next. Loving this week? Yeah, nice. Me too, me too. Good week. Another chance to use my compulsory poppies and bluebells, so I'm really happy. Couldn't decide on 3 different poses. Which one do you think would work best? Okay, well, let's look at all 3 of them. Scratch the 3rd. I wouldn't face away from the camera or be seated here. I think your best bet is going to be, you know, either the B pose or Miko. Benefit of Miko is that it's, you know, Miko's very cute and brand new. And then, you know, the B pose is fun because it looks like you're kind of enjoying the wind and the breeze. These will be very similar. You know, I don't think one's going to rank way better than the other. So really just pick whichever one you want to go with. I do think Pocahontas looks a little bit better in the B pose shot. In this one, we kind of get the side profile. She's not perfectly lined up with the waterfall. Whereas if we go to this one, she's kind of right in the middle of that waterfall. And we have this nice power stance from her, which is good. Personally, I would have put Pocahontas a lot closer to the frame. Whenever we get a new avatar, it's really good to utilize them closer. And you have really nice lighting here. You have this beautiful sunset lighting. I would add a silhouette to your forest. So here's the thing. Whenever you're making a Dreamsnap scene horizontal, you don't want it to feel like a movie set. You want it to feel like a movie scene. And one of the few things that can make a Dreamsnap feel a bit like a movie set, like it's not a real place, is we can see right through it, right off the edge. Like, this would feel like a forest, except if I look in between these 2 trees, there's literally nothing here. It just goes off into space, like there's nothing. So now this doesn't feel like a forest. Now, it can still do well. People will still appreciate a little forest build like this, but it could be so much better if you took the time to place street lights at the back of this. That way, you add a silhouette to the forest. Now we can't see through it. Now it feels like a movie scene and not a movie set. And if we look at a lot of top-performing Dreamsnaps, like if you look at, for example, Beyblade. You know, Beyblade gets in the top ranks consistently. Notice how there's not a single spot on this Dreamsnap where you can see through it. No matter where you look. If we look over here, we got waterfalls. If we look over here, we got waterfalls. There's no, even where there's cracks, like in between the 2 waterfalls, notice how right here, where we would usually be able to see through, they've put an item here, so we can't. It looks like maybe a bookshelf or something, or a rock. So they filled in the gaps. We cannot see through this Dreamsnap at all. High-ranked players do this all the time. They do this with every snap. And I'm no different. I do this with every snap as well. You know, if we look at Mama Dukes here, another very high-ranked player, notice how we can't see through her snap. We can try. There's gaps in between the trees, but when we look at those gaps, we're met with a wall of light. We cannot see through the snap. And that makes it feel more like a movie scene and less like a movie set. Mushu, another very high performer. We can't see through this snap. Miss Spock has been doing very good. She was on a, I think, like a 16-week 4K streak. Notice how she sealed off her forest with the silhouette here. You can't see through the snap at all. So, going back to your snap here, I would definitely add streetlights to the back of your forest and create a silhouette across the entire back of the snap. Again, it may seem like a small detail, but it makes the whole scene more immersive for anybody willing to look closely. And if you pop up against a good snap, when you're matched up against a when it's you and another 4K snap, and the algorithm is trying to determine which one of you gets 4K and which one of you doesn't, if your scene feels more immersive, if your scene is full, if we cannot see through your scene, you will have a better chance. And it does not take too long to do this. It is not going to be a lot of extra effort to copy-paste a row of streetlights in the back of this forest. So when it comes to making that work, just keep in mind, the closer they are together, the brighter the wall becomes. So, you know, if we look here, we can barely see the poles. And if they're far away, you know, if you look at my forest here, you can't see the streetlights at all. So all you got to do is pack the streetlights in. Easy as that. Now, I do know it takes some iron to make. If you don't have the iron or the resources or the streetlights, that's fine. You know, work with what you got. But as time goes by, if you can get some more iron, if you can craft some more street lamps, it's definitely worth having a lot of all the different colors of street lamps, because you're going to be able to make these silhouettes for pretty much any build. And you're always going to have these, you know, very lush, very full scenes that feel more like movie scenes and less like movie sets, because no matter how hard you try, you can't see through it. You can't break the illusion. The mind has to fill in what's in the back because we can't see it. So our imagination determines what's back there. And by looking at the top here and all these trees, my mind tells me that it's a deep, deep forest. But when we look at a snap where we can see right through it, my mind tells me, well, there's nothing back there. So it's like a patch of trees. But I don't know, you know, I guess there's nothing. And that's what I mean by movie scene versus movie set. So you did a really good job with the environment here. You got a great showcase of the willow. You have a lot of these items closer in. And you got the camera close to the avatar. I would definitely consider getting Pocahontas a bit closer here as well. When it comes to villagers, especially in challenges that mention villagers, they are equally important to the avatar. So having them and the avatar close up is going to be huge. Now, you can still definitely get 4K with them in the background, but if you look at top performers, like again, if we go to Beyblade, notice how in Beyblade's photo here, Nala is not deep in the background. Simba is not deep in the background. They are right next to the avatar. Think about how beautiful that is. This feels like a group together. This really highlights the beauty of Nala's new little dream style here. And when we look at top performers that are using Pocahontas, we see Pocahontas much closer. And we get to see the detail and the beauty of Pocahontas much better as well. So I'd say with the way you structured this week, it's fine to keep her where she is. If you're going to do anything with this, I would definitely add the silhouette to the back. I think going green with the silhouette here would be very good. But for future snaps, Holly, I would definitely consider getting Pocahontas or any villager using a bit closer. As a final example here, this was a dream snap I put very little effort into. It was called Your Luck's Look. And it said, dress in a look so luxurious, even Scrooge McDuck would be impressed. So I spent barely any time on this. I was like, okay, it mentioned Scrooge and luxury. I'm going to make a money vault for Scrooge, and I'm going to throw him at the front. This got rank 15, bro. Top 20 of all Dream Snaps. For what? For Scrooge, really. That's why. If he wasn't right here, there's no way this would have gotten in the top 20. No way. But Scrooge alone, just having that villager right at the front, looking good, doing an animation, voters ate this up. And I'm telling you, that's how it works for a lot of challenges. If you're going to showcase a villager, why not give them the same love you always give your avatar? You know, if you're always going to, if voters love seeing the avatar close up, what makes you think they're not going to love seeing the villagers close up? I mean, heck, if we go back a few challenges and we look at the Christmas challenges we had, the top, 1, 2, and 3 submissions were all close-ups of Mickey and Minnie. They were right at the front of the scene. So keep that in mind with villagers as well. All villagers. Anytime you're using a certain character or villager in your snap, it is okay to have them further away. That's fine. But as I mentioned in my Thursday Dream Snap guide this week, it is a very good week to get close, especially if you're using Pocahontas. She has a beautiful character model, and a lot of people vote on small screens. So giving them a good look at Pocahontas is going to be very helpful. Again, you don't have to do that this week, but I would definitely consider it for future challenges if you want. Lunaris. Wow, very, very nice, Lunaris. This is beautiful. Literally obsessed with this theme and how lovely Pocahontas is. I'm mostly happy with my shot, but I still can't decide if I need to fill in more blank space. Let me know what you think. No, this is very strong, Lunaris. I really like this. I think you knocked it out of the park. If you are going to add anything, I don't know if you have garden stones. You probably don't, because I know you're still unlocking things. Garden stones would look absolutely magical on this path, but if you don't have them, don't worry about it. You don't need them. You can always put a little stone from landscaping, like one of the little mossy rocks right here or something, just to add something to the path if you wanted. But this looks really good. You got Pocahontas right behind you. She's taking up a lot of the shot. She looks absolutely beautiful. This is exactly what we were talking about. I mean, heck, you could have her even closer, and that would be fine, but this is good. This is good pacing. Very good look on the avatar. Very good shot of the avatar. And again, if you're going to play up flowers this week, the sunflowers are very important as they directly tie in to Pocahontas. So having those right at the front, amazing, amazing. Nice little riverway here, and I love how filled in your snap is. You know, we don't have a lot of negative space. There's not a lot of open sky. Instead, we can see past the tree line, and we get this beautiful blue glow from the aurora, and we can see more leaves in the back. The green flame is very nice. You feature Pocahontas' house very well. Knocked it out of the park, Lunaris. Absolutely amazing snap. I think this will do very well. Ultimately, how you do is going to be determined by what you pop up against. So, you know, at the end of the day, your voters and your competition will determine exactly where you land. If I was... Well, you know, there is one little thing I probably would have done differently here, which is I would not have built so close to the edge. So I can see the green bush from the edge of your island right there, and that green really does stand out if I look closely. Now, thankfully, you don't have a lot of open space, so it's not that noticeable. So I don't think it's going to have much of a negative impact. But if you did give yourself a tiny bit more space, you could have put some lights back here, and you could have taken advantage of that beautiful green silhouette too, because you already have this beautiful kind of light up here. Imagine if you did that on the bottom too. And all you would have to do for that is place a row of lights in the back. That's all you'd have to do. And then you'd have this beautiful glow up here and a beautiful glow over here, and it would match the green flame. But this is already good enough for sure, but that would have made it even stronger, but I don't think you have room for it. So yeah, don't build close to the edge. There's no advantage to that ever. Unless you're using part of the landscape as your design, like a cliff wall or some of the water built into the scene. Otherwise, stay away from the edge. Give yourself more room, because all being close to the edge does is rob you of the opportunity to create your own backdrop. JMR is next. I built my snap, and then afterwards I went and checked out your ideas. I often do that, and then go back for build tips. I realize now for this theme, we have very similarities about placement. Do you think I need to adjust so I'm not too similar to your demonstration video? I did not purposely reattempt. I don't know why you're so caught up in explaining similarities. Jmar, you could literally do what I did in my video and I wouldn't care. I share that video specifically to help people make snaps. So if your video shares similarities, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're both going to be using the same characters. We're both going to be using good items. And this is not really like mine at all. You got some similarities here, but yeah, this is like our foregrounds are totally different. The path leading up to Pocahontas is different. The way I structured my forest in the back is totally different. So, I mean, I think the reason there's some similarities is because we're both doing the same challenge. But I don't know. I don't really think this looks much like this. So we're doing the same theme, brother. We're doing the same theme, my friend. We're gonna have the same villager in the same house, and you're getting better at Dream Snaps, so you know you should put good items close. So you have Pocahontas' house well featured. You have the blossom tree well featured. And of course, I'm going to do the same because of course I'm going to follow my own advice. So yeah. No, you do not need to change your snap to make it less like mine. It's not like mine. We're just doing the same challenge. Next time, don't put all that in your, we're wasting time. Don't ever worry about that. Don't ever worry about that. Okay. So yeah, great shot here. If I were you, I would probably move Pocahontas even closer. She's not going to be blocking anything super important here if you do. But you could bring her up a little bit more. And then, yeah, cute pose with Miko here. This new outfit is pretty fun. And lastly, I would maybe consider adding a little bit more of a tree line. So if you took oak trees in the back, or maybe some more of these blue ancient trees, or like these blue trees you have here, I would bring some of those up. And I would add a little something into the foreground here. So you have some space, you know, like what about, how many of the new items have you got from Scrooge for Pocahontas? There's like a new drum, but that new drum down here would be great. The new little mortar and pestle will be great. But there are some great little items you can put around her house just to add a tiny bit more detail. You don't need to go crazy. It's okay to have some open space, but I would add a bit more detail into this, into the pocket of the scene around here. Very good lighting. You got the sun behind the camera. You got good light coming in. Cute little silhouette around the avatar. And yeah, making good use of some of the Pocahontas items here. Jingle bells. Oh, you're using the new magma stuff. Very interesting. Any feedback, as always, appreciate. Thank you in advance. Well, this is different. I think there's some risk involved here, Jingle Bells. I haven't seen anybody really using the magma stuff. I think this is a force of nature kind of scene, though. And this challenge is called Marvels of Nature. And, you know, volcanoes and magma, it all ties into it. It's all part of the STARPATH, right? So I really like the design of the avatar. Now, the risk here comes with the fact that the magma scene and the magma outfit doesn't really tie well into the characters like Pocahontas, Moana, or even Timon, but I do like that you used a nice mix of characters. And then we have a nice little tree line here. I would maybe say, or I would say, I would lose the poop green trees, like the ones from the glade, like these glade willows and this green. I like the green you have back here, this nice dark green from the fairy trees. You have this beautiful bright pink and this deep green. I would rely more on those deep green notes to kind of contrast the bright yellows, reds, and oranges you have at the base. But this, like, what I call poop green right here, I would try to avoid that. I think your your blossom tree is going to stand out better against more deep green. Like, look at the blossoms here in front of this willow versus here in front of this one. So yeah, I would use like oaks or maples or other trees that have more of a lush green, because you have all these lush green willows. So having like the swamp green it just doesn't fit well with these. They don't feel like they're part of the same environment. So I would definitely swap out the poop greens for brighter, happier greens, things that feel like they go with the willows a bit better. Now, as far as the bottom of your scene going with the volcano stuff, like I said, it feels risky because nobody's really using this stuff. I think we definitely are going to get a challenge where this stuff is going to be better. But it looks cool as heck. I'll give you that. Like, the volcano stuff looks really awesome with the way you got it framed. And you did a killer job on the avatar. Like, I love the style of the avatar here. And even the little motif looks really good. Now, the risk, I feel like, comes in where, how are voters going to feel about this? How's the average selfie submitter going to feel about it? Are they going to be confused? Are they going to piece together that it's all nature? Or are some voters out there going to see the bottom of the scene, and are they going to be like, well, I don't see what that has to do with any of the background? To me, it looks like you've basically built 3 nature scenes together. I get the idea. We have water, fire, and earth, or wind, I mean, this could be earth and wind, to be fair. So we have, like, you could say earth, wind, water, fire. So I get the concept. I can piece it together. But it's far from simple. Now, like, people that put a lot of work into Dreamsnaps, I think they can figure it out. I think they can piece together what you're going for. But the sad thing is, we are a minority. Keep in mind, the average voter, that's usually what you see when you vote, is the average person. Selfie submitters, quest photo submitters, random submissions that don't make sense. Those are the average voter. Only, I would say maybe 10 to 20% of players actually put time and effort into their snaps. Like at least a decent amount. And those are the kind of voters that I think would respect a earth, wind, water, fire scene. So the risk here comes from the fact that voters love simple, and this is complex. It's good. It certainly deserves 4K. I think it's one of the coolest takes on the challenge I've seen so far. I just want you to know it comes. I do believe this will come with a risk. Most of the time, when I have to rely on the voters understanding something, I end up disappointed. Most people here would understand it. Like if I were to ask chat, everybody would get it. Sadly, the average voter is not most of the people here. The average voter is, somebody that submits what you see when you vote. Like if you go vote right now, you'll know what I mean. So that's why a lot of the times, with Dreamsnaps, things that are very beautiful and very simple that don't make the voter think too much tend to do really well. Whereas things that require the voter to piece them together can do well if they're beautiful enough, but oftentimes do not do as well as they should. Hopefully this gets the justice it deserves because it's super cool. I really like the concept of this. I think this is very clever. I think it's very fun. The only thing I would change here would be the trees. And just know that the complexity of the message you're sending here does come with risk. So as long as you're aware of that, but I think this is really cool. Like, I love this. I love this design. I love the idea. I like the mixture of elements. And I like the way you've structured it. I just hope the average voter appreciates it as well. Because, I don't know. I don't have the most faith in that. Simple and beautiful is always safer, but sometimes you just gotta have fun with it and do what you want to do. And, to hell with the results. I would submit this. I like this. All right, next up, we got Scuttle. 1, 2, and 3. Very cool, very cool. This was actually a lot of fun to work on. I have 2 poses to choose from. Unfortunately, I do not have the Magnolia hair. I wish we, ribbons, braids, thingy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, most people don't. You don't have to mention that, Scuttle. Most people don't have that. You don't have to use any particular hair for this challenge, by the way. There's like a lot of fun hairs you can use. Just because I mentioned liking one, I'm not saying you need to use it or justify not using it. Sunflowers are nice down here in the pocket. A good shot of Pocahontas. I love that you got her right behind you here. Good you know, hair blowing in the wind. And you got everything nice and close, too, so this is very strong. You got our house right up on the waterway here. I can't see through your Dreamsnap. I see a green silhouette on your tree line, so very nice. Really good style on the avatar here as well. She definitely feels like she's got some Native American heritage. I like the black hair. I like the braids. I like the blue eyeshadow, the glowing necklace. Now, between your shots, you have some pretty fun diversity here. There's this one where you're holding Miko with Pocahontas kind of in the power stance there. Then there's this one which, you know, I love the blue eyeshadow, but I really wish we could see... You know, the side profile for Pocahontas doesn't look nearly as good as seeing her dead on. But at least with this one, we do get a really fun shot of Miko. If you... and I will say as well, for both of these, the green Spirit Fire looks really good. But Pocahontas does have, like, a very, very beautiful face. I love this one where you have Miko. I love where the fire is. I love the basket. I like the sunflowers. I think this one is your best bet between the three. But if you have any time, if you want to make any tweaks to this, if you could do the same shot, but just turn Pocahontas a tiny bit. Not a lot. You don't have to have her facing the camera with you. But you see how you're facing... Like, you know, we don't have a straight side profile, but we can see your face a little bit. If you could turn Pocahontas kind of towards the same direction to where she doesn't have to be facing right at the camera, but just if you could pivot her maybe 40 degrees, just so it's not a direct side profile, she just has a really, really pretty face. You know, I like... In this one, I like her face more, but this is overall a better snap. It has perfect Miko position. The blue flame on the left looks really cool. And I also like the way the avatar looks in this one. But I would consider turning Pocahontas just a little bit. You know, again, a tiny bit. She's just a fantastic looking villager. She's got a really great character model, really great face. And when you can get her expressiveness like this, I think it's even stronger. So I would try to go for that. If you can capture this same scene, everything how it is here, but get Pocahontas, you know, more turn, just a little bit, I think this would rank even better. But as it stands right now, I definitely think this is a 4K snap, even if you don't touch it. Sunshine is up next. Any thoughts or suggestions are welcome. Hoping to get 4K this week. Thank you so much. Of course. Wow. Beautiful. Well, I love the colors here. Nice little silhouette around Pocahontas. We got a nice little water spot here. I do wish, you know, I see her using the glowing algae, but we can't really see it. Like, it's kind of buried behind these plants. If there's a way you can turn it or position it to where we can see it, because it looks like, you know, you went through the trouble of setting it this whole waterway because I think you wanted to embrace the new glowing algae. But the way the plants are structured, we don't quite get the benefit from it. I would add the new canoe to your water as well, if you have it. I think that canoe would be a great way to make up for that. That way we can show a new item, even if we can't see the glowing algae as good. Making clouds, I don't think they're the most important thing, but when they do fill out the sky perfectly, they're really nice to have. That one looks really nice. And we got a great shot of Pocahontas' house here. Again, this is what I've been talking about all day. Amazing items with like lots of details, like new homes and new Scrooge items. They don't have to be far away. If anything, it actually hurts to have them further away. It's so much better to have them close. Like, look at how good the house looks here. And it comes right up to the top of the frame. It's such a good item to fill up this space. The flowers look good down here, little sunflowers. I like the baskets at the base, and we do have the canoe here, but, you know, you could always have another one in the water. Sadly, Vitalis lanterns don't do what they used to do, plus it's not sunset, so even if they did, they would still just look exactly as they are now. I like the swirling wind behind you here. That looks really nice. And we have this nice little silhouette around Miko. So yeah, overall, very strong. I think this has a very high likelihood of 4K, as it is now. My personal preference for this week's challenge, though, I love seeing Pocahontas play a bigger role. Equal to or almost equal to the Avatar. So some of my favorite scenes I've come across this week that involve Pocahontas are the ones where Pocahontas is very prominent. Like, this is one of my favorite photos. The only thing is that Pocahontas is really dark here, but Pocahontas being like the same size as the Avatar and smiling, she looks so perfect here. Now, with the way the photo is set up here, that probably would be a bit trickier for you, because if you did bring her up, you know, she's going to block a lot of her house. Or a lot of this fire. So if you want to keep things structured the way they are, that is totally fine. And the other thing, too, is the side profile of the Avatar. You can I think this will very likely get 4K as it is. But things that could give this an even higher likelihood of 4K would be capturing more of the expressiveness of the Avatar. It's hard to do when you get a straight side profile. It also looks like you might have given her green eyes and green eyeshadow, which is really cool. I just wish I could see it, since we do get the side profile on it. Oftentimes, you know, a lot of the snaps that perform very well, like, I think one of our highest rankers, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Takai. Somebody that did the butterfly shot where they were reaching out towards the butterfly in spring style. I knew when I reviewed that one, I said this is going to get an incredibly high rank. And it did. It ended up being like in the top 20 or something. I can't remember, but it was way up there. And the reason I knew it was going to do really well is because it had perfect lighting, it had perfect color, and it had a very good wow factor with a very expressive Avatar. The Avatar was smiling as she reached for a butterfly that was right at the front of the scene. It had relatability, it had emotion, it had storytelling. When you see all those elements together with a beautiful snap, that's the best case scenario. That's when you know it's going to get 4K. So in this one, that's kind of the case here. You know, we see this wonderful expression. We see her, you know, gazing at this butterfly. We have the storytelling. We have the beauty. It's harder to do that when you give a side profile. So I rarely do side profiles. I know we can see Miko's face very good here, but if you could turn just a little bit so we can see both Miko's face and a little bit more of your face, I think it would be worth it. Not to mention, these new earrings you have on are really pretty, but on the side, it's like a string of beads. So if you turned a little bit, we would see your expression and Miko's expression. We would see the earrings, and seeing your expression would give more relatability to the photo. Again, with it the way it is now, probably would still get 4K. I don't really see a lot of photos beating this. So even if you leave it as it is, but I think, so you'd have a stronger chance against other really good snaps. Like if you came across snaps that are also built for 4K, I think you'd have a stronger case against snaps if you had, you know, if we showed a bit of expression. And again, it's also really nice to have Pocahontas closer for voters. For the more average voter, they love things being very easy to see, very nice and straightforward. Now, again, with the way you've structured this, I wouldn't worry too much about getting Pocahontas closer. I would just maybe keep that in mind for future snaps, like before you build out your scene. Plan to have the villager close up, because now if you move up Pocahontas, she's probably going to cover some really nice details of your shot. I don't think I would want her blocking a lot of the building. I mean, you could try that. And then, you know, having her in front of the waterway wouldn't really work too well either. You could always try to bring her up and see how you feel about it. But for me, I've reached the point where when I set up my angle and start building my scene, I figure out my avatar's position and pose and my villagers, and then once I have both of those figured out, that's when I really start decorating. Because now I don't have to worry about them blocking, you know, really important aspects of the shot. But yeah, this is very solid, I think, as it is right now. Like I said, it could definitely get 4K. The only struggles it may have would be if it runs up against other really well-crafted photos that are better equipped to convey storytelling or emotion. Uncle Rod. Hey, Zabai, love all the new items we have with this update. This was so much fun. Look forward to your review and feedback. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right. So we have a little Forest of Valor build. We got the new archway here. We got Pocahontas. We got the new fire. We got Miko hanging out. Very nice. We got a lot of the willows. Beautiful silhouette in the back to seal off the snap. Now, one thing I would recommend here, Uncle Rod, is when sealing off your snap, try to avoid letting us see the street lights. So, the Mulan tree, I think I showed earlier. There's this tree that's like the perfect height. It'll be in your landscaping menu. If I can grab it here. There we go. These guys. They are just high enough to like perfectly block the street lights. Even if you have to use a few of them in a row. But if you place these, they will cover these street lights very well. So you can put some of those up and then we won't see the actual light posts themselves that way. But I would consider that. Let's go. So yeah, that little pocket right there is the only spot where I would really worry about it. And I don't know if you've had time yet, Uncle Rod, but with all those beautiful green willows you have, I would definitely consider adding the pink blossom trees if you can get them in time. These pink blossom trees pair very, very nicely with the new willows and some of the other greenery. They just add a nice bit of texture and color to your snap. So yeah, if you can unlock these before the challenge ends, I think layering a couple of these in front of and within your forest is going to be a good call. Like here we have it, you know, kind of with the willows. And then if you want your forest to be a little taller, you could always take some of these oaks and put them behind the willows as well. So going back to your scene here. Yeah, filling out these little spots here would be good. Now, I'm not sure where you would put it. You could always maybe cut your river short somewhere. Like, I do like the way the blue algae looks on this side, so I would keep this part of the river. But you might want to kill the river about halfway, like, you know, maybe behind your avatar. Because one very popular item this week is Pocahontas' house. And I think it's a missed opportunity not featuring it in your snap if you're using Pocahontas. It's such a beautiful home, and it works so well with Pocahontas as a villager, especially since you're using like the Native American-inspired outfit pieces on top of that. So you have the new friendship rewards from her, you have the necklace, you have the earrings, and you even set your avatar up to have that Native American look. So having Pocahontas' house featured, I think, would be a very good thing to have in this snap. And if you got rid of the river kit on this portion, because if it stops behind you, like if the river kit cuts off here, then you don't even have to worry about blending it because we won't see it. And then you could put Pocahontas' house like pretty close behind you, and that would add some fun lighting and color, diversity to your scene as well. And then for the area around you guys, you could do a few of the little, items from Scrooge if you have them as well. Now for Pocahontas, also, here's another idea, Uncle Rod. Instead of worrying about putting a tree back here to block this, you could always move Pocahontas over a little bit and bring her closer. Like imagine Pocahontas was like right here, pretty much next to you. The fire was to her left. I think that would be worth doing. I think it would be worth bringing Pocahontas even closer. So yeah, two big things I would consider for your snap would be building on Pocahontas' presence and adding Pocahontas' house. I think it would add great diversity to your scene because right now it's a lot of green. Like you have a lot of the willows, a lot of the silhouette, and a lot of the grass down here. And adding the house would break some of that up on one side of the shot. Because you're going to be up against a lot of shots in the 4K range that have a lot of that diversity. Like this one, we have the sunflowers at the base, we have the water on the right, we have all the different trees here, and then the house, and then the pergola set, and some of the other items. So there's a lot of these Pocahontas builds that have a pretty nice mix of variety within their environment, within their space. And I think it's going to be harder to capture 4K if you get paired up against those, if you don't have, that mix of variety and items within your space as well. Sunshine said, I like the stream. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, do me a favor, you guys. Hit that like button if you don't mind. That would be awesome. I'd really appreciate it. Switch Mama is next. Oh, we finally got a Tiana snap. No way. Starting to wonder if anybody did one. I really tried to recreate the beauty of the Bayou to match Tiana. Let me know what you think is best. Okay. Well, very fun. Switch Mama, you know what? I think this has a good chance at 4K this week. And a big reason why is because I think Tiana shots are going to be rare. This is the only one we've seen all day. And you did a pretty good job with the design. So the first and third, these two are the best. I think the third one is the best overall because you have really nice saturation, you have really good color. But the fact that you and Tiana are very close to the frame, it's a very good shot of both of you guys. And I think you did pretty good on your Bayou. The only thing I would consider adjusting is this straight line and then this 90-degree angle. Like, this feels really fake, if that makes sense. Like, there's pretty much nowhere in nature where a river is going to be a straight line and a 90-degree angle. So how do we fix that? Well, we hide it. So what you could do is you can put some reeds here. Go to your landscape menu and drop some reeds here that hide the base of this. But you don't want to show this 90-degree angle. Everything else looks good. Like, this all looks natural. You have the edges here. You have reeds here. The little house back here, I think, works well. The only thing that doesn't feel right is this one spot. So if you were to, because you have lily pads here, we don't need these. We can barely see them. Let's do reeds so we can hide the fact that the river kit just kind of stops there. That way it'll feel more like this tree is growing out of the swamp. We just need to hide that base of the ground. So yeah, that's the one thing I would fix. Everything else looks really good for a nice little Bayou. Feels very naturey. Beagle Mama. First time using the male avatar. Kind of nervous. Dang, no way. I know it's a bit of a risk. Hoping it's obvious I'm going for John Smith. Yeah, I think people... I think the only way people couldn't tell you were John Smith is if they've just never, ever seen Pocahontas. Do you think people would know? I knew, right away. The second I clicked on your photo, I was like, dang, that's cool. That's a cool John Smith cosplay. I've also included options with the female avatar. 10-month 4K streak that I don't want to break over some dude. Appreciate your feedback as always. Well, I think you did a really good job on his design. Let's see your other ones, and then we'll kind of talk about it here. All right. I don't know, dude. I really like this one. The way she's looking over her shoulder, and she looks so beautiful. This one's fun. And this one's really neat. But the storytelling of this one feels so good. You know how I'm always talking about making a movie scene and not a movie set? What I like about this actually feels like a movie scene directly from Pocahontas. You have a really good John Smith here, and you also have the perfect shot of Pocahontas, for this scene. And the fact that you guys are looking at each other here, I don't think you would lose 4K over some dude. I feel like if this missed out on 4K, it would not be because you used the male. My male avatar often ranks lower than my female. But I think a big part of that is because we have like less fun things to use for the male compared to the female. And then also, a lot of characters find the female more relatable. But the thing is, you're still using a female. Pocahontas is playing a much bigger role in this snap than John Smith. He might be in the middle of it, but look which character between the two is closer to the frame. This snap is more about Pocahontas than it is about John Smith. So I don't think this would cost you 4K. When I talk about the risk of the male avatar, I'm talking about the risk of, you know, because I use the male avatar for a lot of my snaps, and they haven't missed 4K. I took a risk with this one. You know, it got 4K. And this actually featured the male avatar as the primary subject. And then there's, you know, like I got 4K for my Western. I mean, I can look through all my previous recent snaps of the male. They've all gotten 4K. Sure, they tend to rank a little lower than the female variants, but that's because for a lot of these, I did something different, you know? Like this one was Until Midnight Transformation, and the theme was literally about a transformation. That's why the good thing to do this week was to showcase your female avatar, you know, transforming. That's what the theme was. But also the theme said to recreate Cinderella's night, and I wanted to have fun with that, so I wanted to actually rebuild her night. So I got my 4K for this, but it didn't rank as good as I usually do. I took a risk, and I was okay with not getting 4K. I just wanted to make what I wanted to make here. And other snaps where I commonly use my male, you know, like in this one, I was cosplaying Captain Hook. I think it makes way more sense to do a male Captain Hook than a female Captain Hook. Especially if I'm actually trying to look like the character. Like if I actually want to look like a convincing Captain Hook, this is another one where I cosplayed Johnny Depp. I went with I wanted to do Jack Sparrow. This is the closest I can get with what we have in the game, but it also got 4K. So you shouldn't be nervous about using the male avatar, you know? Especially considering you're not even really highlighting the male. You're highlighting Pocahontas. So I wouldn't overthink it. I would go with this one. These are fun, but I feel like we've seen these a lot today. This is what a lot of people are doing. These are your, regular Pocahontas snaps. This one tells a story. And it really showcases Pocahontas well. I think in your gut, you know that's true. You know this is the best one. You're just worried about the voters. Forget about it. Do this one. And dude, you can miss out on 4K any given week. You could choose this and miss out on 4K. Or this and miss out on 4K. Ultimately, landing in 4K, it's very consistent as long as you're making beautiful snaps. But everybody's streak breaks eventually. I had one for about 2 years before it broke. You never know when it's going to happen. If you have a week where you just pop up against a whole bunch of good snaps, or you don't get the right voters, then that week you're not going to get 4K. You'll get 2,500. It can happen any week. So don't worry about that. If you know a dream snap is beautiful, if you know a dream snap is on theme, if you know you're doing the things the voters like to see, then you should be confident in that dream snap. This is something you should be confident in. This is probably one of the best Pocahontas snaps I've seen all day. So the fact that you're doubting it is... Remember the last time you doubted your snap? You'd never done an indoor snap before, and I told you to send it and that you would not be disappointed. You trusted me then. Trust me now. This is very strong, and it will do well. I think the only people that won't realize who this is are people that have never seen Pocahontas or just don't know about her at all. And that's a very small minority of Disney players. I feel like nobody that's actually on this game is unfamiliar with her story. Maybe like 1 or 2 people, but like, you know, even if you're not familiar with her story, like, I could have no idea who John Smith was and have no idea what the story of Pocahontas was, and I would still find this to be a beautiful snap. Black Knight is next. You got 1, 2, and 3. The third one's pretty different from the rest. Little trouble focusing my idea this week, so I have 2 slightly different setups. The waterfall with the dress, second one, created, and I think it might be better than my original idea. Okay, so this is the new one with the waterfall and the glowing algae. Yeah, I like this one a lot more. So, just like you, this week, I thought about using this new house. Like, at first, I was going to put it in. But it just doesn't go that well with Pocahontas' house. It's, like, very developed. You know, there's those iron beams around, like, the canopy. I think we'll eventually have a challenge where this house works really well, but I don't think that's this week. It's a really pretty build you made here. I think this would get 4K, but this is way better. This feels more in touch with nature. I think it's just an overall better scene. It showcases Pocahontas' house as the highlight instead of this Moonstone house. This Moonstone house is cool, but yeah, this feels a lot better. You got the glowing algae, you got the sunflowers, you got the boat. I wouldn't recommend any changes here. I mean, if you want to add anything, you could always add fireflies or even the aurora for some of the sky here if you wanted, but you don't really need it. It's a really good showcase of Pocahontas, really good showcase of the Avatar. Overall, very strong. Again, these would likely get 4K, but this is just a better snap. This would get 4K and a better rank. Crafty Joe. I have 2 images, one closer, one further away. Okay, closer for sure. So, in the further away, you have like this fern down here. And now in the closer, we have like a bush, which makes it feel more full because you have a bush on the left, bush on the right. Good feature of a house. And yeah, voters love seeing the Avatar up close and Pocahontas, and the villager up close. So this is much better. This is what you want to do. You got a nice shot of Miko down here. The only thing I would consider tweaking about this, you featured things quite well, like her house and this new banner. But again, you never want to set things up to where we can see through your dream snap. Now, maybe you don't have a lot of street lights yet, but we can see right through your snap. Like, this makes it feel like a movie set and not like a movie scene. So how do you fix that? Well, number one, you don't build close to the edge like this. That way you can just build your own forest instead of relying on the trees that are built into the map. Number two, you seal off that forest with streetlights. Now, I know this takes extra effort, you know, and maybe you're like, I don't want to do that. I want to place 6 trees and then get off my game. Well, that's fine if that's what you want to do, but just keep in mind, 4,000 Moonstone rewards require 4,000 Moonstone effort. If you're not going to put in the extra effort to make your scene feel more real, don't be bummed out when you get 1,500 or 2,500 Moonstones. That's the work you put in. That's what you did. Now, keep in mind, 96 out of 100 players will not get 4K. So, if you... And I'm not saying you got to spend 20 hours working on your snap. That's not what I'm saying. This doesn't take that long. Like, this really doesn't. You know, like, making a little forest scene like this, 10 minutes. You just drop items, duplicate the ones that work well. Like, we want more bushes, just click, duplicate, whatever. But taking the time to put a silhouette behind your build, that's the difference between a 4K snap and a 1,500 snap. Now, I'm not saying you have to do that. You can still get 4K with what you have here. This is solid. This is good. Just know that it could be better. And if you want to guarantee 4K, you always want to go that extra mile, right? I'm not saying, again, that extra mile is not an extra hour of work. It's not an extra 2 hours of work. It's an extra handful of minutes of adding the fine details, making sure we can't see right through your snap, making sure the illusion is strong. making sure it feels like a movie scene and not like a movie set. So yeah, very good snap here, very solid. It's a shame we can see right through it, but I still think this will get 4K as it is. But if you want to really, really solidify that chance, I would definitely consider a silhouette, and I would definitely consider filling out, the snap to where it doesn't just kind of seem empty behind Pocahontas here. Like, that's a tree built into the map, and then there's just kind of nothing here except for another tree. So if you were further away, and this will be hard for you to fix too, because you built, that's the edge of the map right there. There's no benefit to building on the edge of your floating island. I want you to look at where I built my snap, and I want you to consider this for next time. I built right here. This is how much space I have by me. I got all this room. And because of that, so in your snap, the edge of the map is literally like right here where this fire is, or this tree. So like the edge of the map for you is right here. You can't do more. But if you gave yourself more room, I would be able to help you do better stuff with your snap. So you would be able to do a wall of lights and more trees. But when you build close to the edge, like if you build right here, yeah, you can't do that because you can't put anything back here. So keep that in mind, Crafty Joe. Give yourself room. Give yourself space. Building close to the edge, the only thing that does is rob you of the opportunity of doing more. That's all that does. It never helps. Luckily, you're not right on top of the edge, but it would be better to be further away. So yeah, the fact that I can see the edge right there is unfortunate because this could be so much stronger if we could do more with the forest and close this gap. You can always try to put a few things in there, though. And overall, very good snap. I think this is a great shot at 4K. Danielle is next. Well, I think you got a good outfit, Danielle, and I like that you're using Pocahontas. But, you know, the challenge is called Marvels of Nature, right? And it talks about Pocahontas a little bit if you use Pocahontas. We can look at the theme real quick. So it says, let the wind guide you like Pocahontas, right? So Pocahontas, very wind-centric for that. Going back to your snap here. So if you're going to use Pocahontas, you want to do a Pocahontas-inspired scene. Now, you have Pocahontas' house, but think of it like trying to make a scene from the movie Pocahontas. Have you ever seen Pocahontas? Do you know what to expect when you watch Pocahontas? Because it's definitely not giant marigolds. I know these were in the STARPATH as an item you can unlock, so maybe you just unlocked them and you're really excited to have them. But these gotta go. These gotta go. These are very Alice in Wonderland inspired. This is not an Alice in Wonderland challenge. This is not a Garden of Whimsy challenge. This challenge is about nature, not fantasy. Nature. Now, you can mix fantasy elements in there, like the spirit fire. That's kind of a fantasy thing. But look at how natural everybody's snaps look. There's no giant flowers with faces. There's no, like, giant mushrooms. There's not really a lot of fantasy-inspired stuff going on. So you got to get rid of these giant flowers and instead use the items that work with Pocahontas. But yeah, you got a good outfit, you chose a good villager, and you chose a great house. But these giant flowers, like you have the giant Storybook Veil flower on the left and the giant marigolds here, they got to go, dude. They got to go. Swap in more Pocahontas items. Give us the Pocahontas canoe. If you're going to go Pocahontas, full send Pocahontas. Do the willow trees, you know. And if you've never seen Pocahontas, just Google Pocahontas Disney movie and look at some pictures and you'll have an idea of, like, you know, what you can use in your scene. Femme Fatale, let's go. Beautiful, beautiful. So we got a really nice shot of Pocahontas here on the left. We got her house. We got the sunflowers. And by the way, Danielle, this is what I'm talking about with Pocahontas. The sunflowers, right? These are a staple. They're actually attached to her house. This is a new Pocahontas item. This log with the bow and arrow on it, this new picnic set is from Pocahontas. This new table with the flowers on top, that's from Pocahontas. So these are all Pocahontas items. That's kind of what you want to use in this. Not like fantasy or Alice in Wonderland stuff. But yeah, good tree line in the back. You filled out this shot very well, Fim. Love the silhouette you have going on. That is beautiful. It looks like you're using some magnolias in the back. I don't know if you've had time, Fim, but if you could unlock these new trees, the blossom trees, you might not have them yet, but if you do get them before this challenge ends, they would be very cool to add to your scene because you got a lot of lush greens, and having some of those pink blossoms coming up in your lush greenie in the back would look really nice. But yeah, the foreground looks good. The shot with the sunbird is fun. This new Moonstone house is cool, but I didn't use it this week. I feel like it's too developed to feel Native American, mostly because Native Americans weren't forging metal beams like this. That's what kills it for me. Like, I like the bluebird feather roof hatching, and I think there will be better challenges to use this house, but a lot of people have it, but most people haven't been using it for this theme. That said, I like that it's kind of tasteful in yours. It's off to the right. It's not in the middle of your photo, so it's fine. If you want to keep it in here, it's fine. At least you have Pocahontas' house on the left. It's not hurting much by being here. You know, I personally kind of prefer more of the Native American inspired builds where it's like Pocahontas' house and then, like, you know, just more nature. I wish this house was a bit more nature inspired. Maybe if they use wood here instead of iron beams. But I think that's why a lot of people aren't using it. Again, it's fine here if you want to use it. I think it still looks really pretty. The skyline is great. The aurora is great. You got a nice silhouette behind the trees. Fills out the Dreamsnap. We can't see through this at all. So, great job. Definitely has a movie scene feel, not a movie set feel. So, well done, well done. And a great feature of Pocahontas here as well. If you want to add anything else, attaching Minko to Pocahontas could be really cute. If you can get him walking around back here behind Pocahontas, that could be really fun. Mama Bear Games. We got 1 and 2. Not much of a difference between the two photos, but I don't know what I should go with. Thanks in advance. Also, I don't know why, but on PC, my picture is way brighter than what I posted. Well, what you posted, this is what voters are going to see, Mama Bear. So, and yeah, if this is how it saves, this is what voters are going to see. And one of the reasons it's so dark is because you got the sun. The sun's not behind the camera. You got the sun over here on the left of the shot. So a few things I really think you should try to fix. Number 1, the sun. You want the sun behind the camera. Look at this. Look at this beautiful lighting. This is the sun behind the camera. Look at how good Pocahontas looks, right? So number 1, you only want to do a sunset scene if you are very comfortable with snaps and you're consistently getting 4K. Because in order to make a good sunset scene work where the sun is setting in your photo, you need to be good at adjusting highlight, saturation, color boosting. You need to be able to work the photo. And sadly, this one has not worked. Everything is dark. It's really hard to see anything in this photo. As it is right now, this would be very risky to submit. And I'm just being honest because I want you to get 4K. Now, some items glow. Like this fire glows. And this new algae arch glows. And this new lamppost glows. But having a few glowing items is not going to make up for the fact that we can't really see Pocahontas. We can't really see your environment. Just about every snap we've seen today would likely beat this in a vote. Except for maybe a couple. But like all of these we're seeing, like look at how well lit all of these are. Lighting is the one thing I talk about the most with Dreamsnaps. And everyone here has been getting so much better at lighting. Like we can look through almost every snap today and pretty much everyone has nailed lighting for the most part. But this one, it's got to get a fix. If you're going to capture the sunset, you really need to work up the highlight. You need to work up the saturation. And you can't send me a photo and then say, oh, it was brighter on my PC. If that's the case, I can't review it. I need to see what it actually looks like. If it somehow got darker when you saved it, then that's a problem because I can't review what it actually looks like. Now, if you saved it and it looked like this, that means this is actually how it looks. Your settings on your monitor might be different. Maybe you have your monitor brightness boosted so you can see better. I don't know, but this is what everyone else is going to see, unless there's some kind of bug there. And if it was different, I couldn't review it. So keep that in mind. So I would change your time of day. And secondly, what I would recommend, Mom Bear Games, Dreamsnaps do better when we can relate with the avatar, when we can see their emotion. Like, look at this cute moment between Miko and the avatar. She's looking into his eyes, he's looking into hers, she's smiling, Pocahontas is smiling, enjoying the wind, right? We got this one where John Smith and Pocahontas are staring longingly into each other's eyes, right? We got this one, heart on her chest, smiling, taking in the wind. And in yours, we get no expression. You're facing away from the camera. We can't really see your outfit because your hair is blocking a lot of it. You made a pretty good scene. Like, you got the house set up in a good spot. You got the good willow trees. You got sunflowers. But the lighting is really rough, and the avatar is not relatable or viewable. So I really, really would recommend reworking these. And I've seen you do complete 180s before when your Dreamsnap wasn't looking too strong. On re-review day, you've resubmitted, and it was like 10 times better. So I'm hoping that's what we can get this week. Like in this one too, you're showing the earrings, but you're not really showing any of the rest of the outfit. And if you read the challenge, Mom Bear Games, it says dress and decorate to celebrate the endless wonders of nature. So the challenge is not just asking you to decorate to celebrate the endless wonders of nature, it's also asking you to dress that way. So if a challenge is like, hey, dress a certain way, the voter should be able to see the way you dress. In this picture, you're literally just showing your left shoulder, and that's it. So how can we determine that you've dressed a certain way? Does that make sense? So anytime a challenge is asking you to present yourself a certain way or dress a certain way, make sure your outfit is visible. That's very important. Nothing is more important than the theme when it comes to Dreamsnaps. And I want you to get 4K, so always keep that in mind. Always, always, always keep that in mind. The theme is very important. And if a theme asks you to show us a certain outfit or style, it must be presented if you want a good shot at 4K. It absolutely must. It is a non-negotiable for me as a voter. And for many others that I've talked to. Mama Llama is next. All right. Well, very good, Mama Llama. Very good. Simple, simple. Very strong lighting. Very good color. Very good saturation. And a very good feature of the avatar and Pocahontas. Love the outfit. Love the necklace. Great Miko pose. We got the willows here. You even got the new algae kind of hanging down from the top. Purple fire behind Pocahontas looks great. Wonderful shot of Pocahontas. Hair blowing in the wind. We got the sunflowers at the base. Yeah, not much to say about this. We don't have to spend much time on this at all. This is beautiful. You did a very good job. It's very well structured, very well lit, delivers on the theme, and highlights the subjects very strongly. So, yeah, this is a 4K snap, most likely. Well done, well done. Chica. Ooh, very different, Chica. Very fall-coded. Interesting, interesting. So, fall-themed like this is very different. From a lot of the ones we've seen. I do like that you switched to the yellow fire here for the fall. I was actually going to mention that in your first one. So I like that you switched over. Now, in the first one, I like that Pocahontas is closer. I would like to see a mix of these two. Like, basically, yellow fire, but Pocahontas nice and close like this. Maybe that's what you did on the final one. Yeah, okay, there we go. That makes it easy. There we go, there we go. Yeah, just exactly what I said. So, very fun. I like the fall-themed butterflies, fall-themed colors. This is very neat. Now, the downside to doing like more fall-inspired builds like this, Chica, is a lot of the items that are going to be iconic with Pocahontas are the willow trees. We got that with Pocahontas. These willow trees are a huge staple, in the Pocahontas world. They're just a very recognizable item. And that's why so many people are going to be using those. So how this does, Chico, will ultimately be determined by voters. Realistically, you know, like, it could do really well because it's a different style for the Pocahontas builds, so it might stand out a lot. Or people might see it and be like, I don't know, I like the ones that feel a bit more natural to Pocahontas more. So yeah, ultimately it'll come down to what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against. It's a beautiful photo though, and it certainly can pull 4K. You have good lighting, you have a good build, your photo is very filled out, and we can't see right through it or anything, so it's very well structured. So overall, solid snap. I think you did well here. GG. Thank you for the advice, says Dree. Okay. Well, very cute pose. Good shot of the Avatar and Miko. Great shot of Pocahontas. Great shot of her house. Like the spirit fire here. Very nice. We have the sunflowers at the base. And then we have the new willow trees. And a very beautiful aurora in the backdrop. So, yeah, I think the structure of this is really good. I think this is a very high likelihood of 4K. The only thing I would maybe kind of consider tweaking a little bit. Also, mods, if somebody can help, Bodum, they asked on YouTube how to submit a Dreamsnap for a review. Bodum, I would answer you, but I have a lot of snaps to review, but maybe one of my mods can help you out, my friend. And mods, if you guys would be so kind as to help keep an eye on YouTube and answer questions like that, you know, most weeks, you know, you guys don't have to. I'll usually take care of chat. But Mondays and Tuesdays, I really need your help with that because I'm glad I saw that question because usually I wouldn't even see it. On Mondays and Tuesdays, for those of you watching, I have a lot of snaps to review. Most of the time when I stream, I am constantly engaging with chat. But on Mondays and Tuesdays for snap reviews, I can't. I have so many snaps to review that I cannot read chat very much. So on my other streams, I'm always going to chat with you guys. I'm always going to be present. But on... And also, you don't even have to be a mod. If you're ever just chilling in YouTube, if you see somebody say something and you want to explain to them that, you know, how things work or that I'm locked in on reviews, that's fine. You don't have to be a mod. But yeah, I could definitely use help with chat on Mondays and Tuesdays. So yeah, Dream, with this one, the only thing I would really consider, I love the sunflowers around Pocahontas. Then we have these ones over here. But I would diversify the foreground a little bit because I think it's a little heavy on the sunflowers. And I think they would feel better if they were just slightly less. Because we have some back here. And then we have the one attached to her house. And then we have like all the ones right here. So what if we took something like the drum or something like this little pastel bucket and put it like, you know, put one of those right here or over here. I would just break up the sunflowers with maybe one more Pocahontas item. I think the sunflowers will be easier to appreciate if there's not as many of them. Not saying you got to cut them in half or anything. I would just remove maybe one. Like this one right here. Or maybe this one right here. Like one of those. But yeah, very solid. I think it's a very likely 4K submission. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Sarah Lilies. Oh, very fun lighting. Very fun pose. Very unique. Sarah Lilies says, thank you for your advice. I do have all the Pocahontas items unlocked and from the premium shop. Just FYI, in case you think it needs more. Okay. Well, that's good. So this is an interesting take for a Pocahontas snap. A lot of people that did Pocahontas have gone with more of a Native American-inspired like outfit or the flower outfits. But you went with the jungle outfit. But it does work really good for the nature. And I absolutely love the style of your avatar here. The red eyes with like the bright highlight in the center. So pretty. It looks like you boosted your light bloom quite a bit here. Like we have the glowing bugs are glowing way more than normal. The rushing wind is really fun. It's actually a lot more noticeable than the new wind item. And then we have this nice silhouette in the back. Very bright silhouette in the backdrop. The rainbows here. And you feature Pocahontas very well. This is one thing we talked about a lot. If you're going to use Pocahontas, getting her nice and close to the frame is going to be great. Again, really fun angle on the avatar here. I really like this. And holding your hands out in the open wind with the petals blowing by, very solid. Looks like you have one of the pawns right here on the left, and you have the canoe kind of sitting in front of it. That's fun. You got the sunflowers here. Now, you said you had a lot of the Pocahontas items, or all of them. If you do have all of them, My one recommendation for you here, Sarah, I think this is a very strong snap. I think you're pretty much good to go. But I think one thing that would be really helpful is if you took some of these leaf piles and removed them, because I don't think you need quite this many. Maybe instead of these two, you could do the new drum, like right by the fire. That would make sense that the little drum was by the fire. And then you could, right here where you have a little bit of open space, like maybe next to this basket, you could do the new bow and arrow. But yeah, a couple little Pocahontas items. And just be careful when building your scene not to be too repetitive with items. Like, you know, when you decorate, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like about 9 of these leaf piles. They would look better if there were like 2 or 3 of them, you know, like sparingly. Thankfully, they blend into the grass really well, so it's not too bad. But I think if you were to replace a couple of these with more of the fun Pocahontas items, I think that would look even better. But even if you leave this as it is, this should get 4K. It's a very beautiful scene, very beautiful shot. Great shot of the Avatar and of Pocahontas, and I think that's what most people are going to be looking for. Lilo. Pocahontas and I are visiting Mother Willow. I may get a different pose for her, but any feedback is appreciated. Okay. Well, the main feedback I have here, I think the second one is better, where she's actually like facing the camera. In this one, she's gonna be really hard to notice. She kind of blends in, especially with the black hair. It's, you know, we can't see her face, we can't see her expression, we can't really see how beautiful of a character she is. I do like the silhouette you have in the back, and I do like the willows. Now, the only downside to you doing this water scene the way it is, maybe you clipped yourself into the water. I would like this so much more if Pocahontas was with you, like if she was closer. And I think voters would like it more as well. So, you know, if you look at these shots where Pocahontas is right there with the Avatar, these, I feel, are going to be very popular this week. These shots where Pocahontas plays just as big of a role as the Avatar. Now, let me explain why. It's for the exact same reason voters like the Avatar being up close, right? Like, you are putting the Avatar up close, but you're putting the villager so far away. So, if we look at Dreamsnaps, like, again, I go back to this one a lot. This Dreamsnap mentioned Scrooge. I spent like 25 minutes on this snap, and it got rank 15. You know why? It's just because of Scrooge. The challenge mentioned Scrooge, and I just had him play a very big role in the snap. We made a money vault, and we have him right at the front flipping his coin. And voters ate this up because they didn't have to squint or stare or enlarge the snap to see Scrooge. He was right at the front, smack dab at the front. And every time I've done that, it's paid off. Every time I've showcased the villagers well. So when it comes to putting villagers in your snap, you kind of got to look at it the same way you look at the Avatar. If they're in the background or not playing as big a role, you can still get 4K for sure. But like, for example, this one, you know, this is another one that got a very high rank, Wonder in Christmas Town. I was going to use Jack, so I put him right up here next to me instead of like wandering around in the background. Like I'm looking up into his eyes. And because of that, this got a really nice rank. Now, there are going to be days where you might want to put a villager in the back. Like I wanted Elsa on the throne in front of her castle, but I wanted the castle and Anna's house. So I had to have her a little bit smaller. But because of that, I brought Anna up closer. But yeah, having the villagers you highlight closer to the frame, I'm telling you, voters eat that up. They love to see it. They absolutely love to see it. So when you are going to use villagers, you want them to play a big role for the exact same reason that you want the Avatar to play a big role. So going back to your snap here, I really like the way you made this. Very beautiful highlight of the new glowing algae. Great way to use the new trees. You have very good lighting. And I like the storytelling with Mother Willow, but you know, I think this would do even better if you allowed Pocahontas to play a bigger role in the scene. It likely will still get 4K exactly as it is, though, Lilo. So don't feel like you have to do that this week. You can always take that advice and do it for next week. Bella said, hey, somebody do to Pokopia. I didn't spend as many hours on this as I usually, as usual, but maybe it's a good thing not to overthink it. All right, let's see. We have Pocahontas' house. So, you know what's funny, Bella? I was just talking about how you don't need to spend a lot of time on a Dreamsnap to have it be good. So I want to reiterate, because I've been playing a lot of Pokopia too. So this snap got rank 15, and it took me 25 minutes. All right? This snap got rank 102, and it took me 30 minutes. All right? You should not be conflating how good your snap is with how many hours you put into it. A 10-minute snap can get rank 1 if it's beautiful enough. And more time does not equal a better snap. Oftentimes, snaps that take way more time actually end up doing not as good as the ones that take less time. Like, all my highest ranking snaps took a little bit less time than my lowest ranking. Because usually voters are kind of pushed away from the very deep snaps where there's way more detail, because it's basically telling the voters, hey, you have to enlarge this to appreciate it. So, you know, if you want to appreciate it without enlarging, too bad. And then at that point, they're like, whatever. You know, if it's a voter that doesn't care and they're just trying to get their 50 moonstones for the week, and that's a lot of them, trust me. That's a lot of people. They are not on the hunt for good snaps. They are literally just there to get their 50 moonstones and hit the road. That's why simple is good. And simple is fast. You do not need to put a lot of time into a snap to make it beautiful. So let's talk about that. You know, it's a good idea, Bella, to highlight Pocahontas' house and Pocahontas. So good job there. Now, I'm not sure what you're doing with the pose. Like, when you hide a companion, the purpose of hiding a companion is so it looks like you're doing something, right? Like, if you hide a squirrel, you can make it look like you're holding something. If you hide the bee, you can make it look like you're staring off into the wind. But when you hide Pua or you hide a companion that you hold, like, what are you holding? You're doing this. Like, who poses like this? You know what I mean? Like, if I saw a picture of somebody doing that, I'd be like, what's going on? So the pose is weird to me. I don't really understand what you're doing here, and I'm speaking as a voter. So other voters are going to feel the same way. And it doesn't take any time away from Pokopia, because you did a pose, but why not do a pose that communicates something? Like, you can communicate confidence with a hand on the hip. You can communicate that you're enjoying the breeze or the wind by using a sunbird and hiding it, or using a bee and hiding it. But hiding Pua to where, you know, I mean, I don't really, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not sure what this is supposed to be doing. And that has nothing to do with time. It's a conscious choice you made. So, you know, if you want to do good dream snaps quickly, do things intentionally. Don't just choose a pet that you have equipped and then hide it. You know, just throw on a different pose. That makes more sense. Great choice having Pocahontas up close, though. And you got a nice closer shot of the avatar. And if you want to do simple, I recommend, you know, the motif frame here is not really the best. I would not use the border. Let me give you a real quick... I'm doing a real quick little, like, speed run build, so to say. I'm just gonna Peaceful Meadow. Oh, I'm already on Peaceful Meadow. We'll go. I just want to highlight, you know, how fast you can make a dream snap. And I'm not gonna make an entire snap, but I'm gonna throw together a little something that you could do. That would be very easy and would likely do better than what you have, and I'm going to do it very quickly. So I'm not going to move Pocahontas' house right now, but let's just imagine that Pocahontas' house is Moana's house for now. So we're gonna have everything close up, right? Because that's good for simple. If you want to have a simple snap, just have everything close up. If you don't have a lot of time, build close. If you don't want to dedicate several hours, and voters like that. Voters like those kind of snaps where you have things, you know, featured very well, very easy to see. So let's say Moana's house is going to be Pocahontas' house. Now we're going to go grab a new tree. I saw you had the willows. I only have one here. Oh, well. The rest of them are already in my builds. You know, we'll just throw it right there. All right, we got our willow. We got Pocahontas' house. Just drop a little Miko house here too. Why not? Now we got our Pocahontas house items. We'll just drop this here. We'll drop this here. Put this little guy by the door. And, you know, don't be like, well, I don't have those items, Senpai. I'm literally showing you how easy it is to make a quick snap. Like, you can use other items. You don't have to use these. I feel like I'm already going to hear that. So he's like, well, yeah, but I don't have Miko's house. Like, I didn't say you needed it. You know, I'm just showing you how quick and easy you can do something. All right, almost done. It would be quicker if I didn't have wheat laying in my area here. Now I just need a tree. If I had another willow, I would use another willow. But I don't. So we'll just use this blue tree instead. Essentially, I'm just trying to show that it, you know, you don't have to have a bunch of time. And if you can figure out how to make fast builds that look good, you can get 4K with like very, very little time each week. All right, now all we need is like some kind of little bush on the right-hand side or some kind of little tree over there. Doesn't really matter what. Let's just throw up like, actually, let's go to trees. But yeah, you should never feel like you need to put hours into snaps for you to get 4K. Like, that's wild. You really don't. You really don't. There's been so many weeks where I put like 25 to 35 minutes in and still got 4K. And some of those got like the best ranks I've ever got, you know? So do not conflate 4K with like always having to pour a lot of time into it. Really, the key is to make a beautiful snap. And yeah, you know, you do need to put more effort in most of the time to get 4K. You want to think about things more, but if you use your time wisely, you know, like I said earlier when I was talking about snaps, I'm like, you know, if you want 4K, make sure you put the 4K effort in and actually put a silhouette. Look how fast it is, you know. To add a silhouette to your snap, I'm not telling you to spend an extra 2 hours on your snap. I'm just trying to convince you to spend an extra few seconds on it. All right. And that's pretty much that. Now you would just grab Pocahontas and pose with her, and you're good. If anything else, we could add another little river scene here at the front. Supply filters, search river, all. Grab a... Do we not have the preset river set? Whatever, we'll just put this one here. This little log set here. All right, there we go. So now we have a silhouette. We can't see through the snap. We have a nice little body of water. We have the willow tree. We have Pocahontas' house. Now we would just need to add Pocahontas and Miko, and that's it. Like, that's it, you guys. Right there. How long did that take? Was it even 5 minutes? I don't even think it was 5 minutes. So this is my message when it comes to Dreamsnaps. You do not need to spend that much time on them to get good results. So it would actually take less time than this took to make a snap that can likely get 4K if you focus on the right things. So even on weeks where you're low on time, you can make it work. You just got to go into it with an idea, with a plan, and understand what to look for. Understand, and I know I didn't use Pocahontas' house, but it would be a little bit different if I did. And then, if we have a little bit of space, like over the house, and we want to fill that in too. I also only had one willow. That would have been a little bit different if I had more, but you get the idea. So quick little build. The point I'm trying to make here, I'm not trying to say like you're bad at the game because I can do this fast. No. I'm just trying to show that if you focus on the right things, you can speed run a snap and get 4K. You can knock it out of the park with very little time. The trick is to build close, right? Like take items like Moana's house or take items like Pocahontas' house, put them close to the scene. Take items like the willow tree, like really good looking, beautiful items, put those close to the scene. Make sure we can't see through your dream snap. So drop a bunch of street lights behind it to give a silhouette. Now we can't see over it because we got the trees up close. We can't see through it because we have the lights. And then just add items for your foreground. In this case, we just threw down a quick little river, just a couple little river pieces. But then we could do like, maybe a little table on the left or something, some kind of little Pocahontas item on the left, little Miko house on the right. Of course, I would have something here other than this farm. I'd probably do another tree back here to like close that off, or we can just pivot and look a little bit more this way. But this is the general gist of it. What I'm getting at here is you don't have to, you really don't need to spend a whole lot of time to have a snap that has a good shot at 4K. It's just about putting the right items in the right zones and giving voters what they want, which is just a beautiful snap. So if you have good lighting, right? So sunset time of day, make sure the sun is behind the camera. That takes 0 minutes, right? All you do is just show up and set your time to sunset and then start building. You take whatever buildings you're using, don't put them far away, put them close up. And then take whatever beautiful items that are big that work well for your scene, use those as your filler, like the willow tree. Drop some lights, drop some foreground elements, grab your villager. So I would bring Pocahontas in. I think the most time-consuming thing will be planning an outfit, And if you don't have time to plan an outfit, just grab something that's like already done for you, Like, just grab one of the new STARPATH dresses or grab one of the Moonstone Bundle dresses, throw it on, hope for the best. Poppy Diane says, I have stopped spending hours on snaps. Send me a review, and now just wait to see if it needs any improvements. Before was changing slight details a few times a day, and now once happy, I delete it so I can't mess with it. Smart. Sometimes that's a good idea. Sometimes it's good to just submit it, be happy with it, and then get rid of it so you can't go back and overwork it. But yeah, all I'm trying to drive home here. Sent by 2 legendaries, 2 days. Oh, nice, Jennifer, nice. It happened for you. I knew it would eventually happen. So going back here for Bella, my big advice, you got the house in a good spot. You got Pocahontas in a good spot. You have your villager in a good spot. Quickly just throw on a pose that doesn't feel unnatural. So hand on the hip or actually hold the pet. Like if you want to hold Pua, that's fine, but don't hide. Don't ever do the poses where you hold a pet like this and then hide them. You never want to do that. Use any other pose or show the pet. But yeah, bee pose is good. Sunbird pose is good. If you want to hide the pets, those are great. Aside from that, you do have some good trees here. So throw some street lights behind it. You know, make it to where that's only going to take you a couple seconds. Make it to where we can't see this random well or this random topiary because it doesn't feel like a forest. You know, I'm not telling you got to spend an extra hour on this. I'm telling you to spend an extra 60 seconds to drop some lights. That's it. That's it. That'll seal it off. And then I would not use any big frame that eats up a lot of real estate. Like this frame with these waves here and the fire here. Now, if you did a snap where wind, fire, water, and earth all had a role, then this frame could be really fun, but they don't. This is just like earth and wind. So I don't feel like you need all the, you know, all of this. Now, could this get 4K? Yeah, if it pops up against the right things, but it would probably get eaten alive by most of the snaps we've seen today. Now, again, that doesn't mean you got to go back and spend hours on it, but if you cleaned it up a little bit, if you just put another 5 minutes in, you know, drop some street lights in the back, get rid of the frame, choose a different pose, this would have a way better shot at 4K, and it won't take you much time, I promise. Okay. That would kind of be a fun stream to do one day, a Dreamsnap speedrun, like a new challenge, and I have like 10 minutes to build it. I feel like that'd be fun. Alfira, it's my first time using the rotate setting. Would really appreciate the feedback. Thank you. All right. Well, I like the tilt. Looks cool. Bella says, thanks to my saving tomorrow. Sounds good. Yeah, the tilt is fun. I think you used it well. And with the way you have the tilt here, I think this is a great way to use it out here because you're actually showing us more of the glowing algae. So that's fun. Really good shot of Pocahontas here. Now for the eyes, you have like gray eyes. I think with the Native American inspired look, it would be worth it. Yo, divorced cowgirl, hello. Welcome, my friend, welcome. I would recommend like hazel eyes. I think that would look better here. I know you're probably doing gray for like, you know, kind of like a, like, I don't know, like magical, like a shaman, like you're going with the shaman vibe. But I think she would look better with more, I don't know. I don't know if I'm really feeling the makeup or the gray eyes. I think you should just embrace that natural Native American beauty. Now, I know for you, Alfir, I think you're in Australia, so you're not as familiar with, like, Native Americans. So I think that's why you went in kind of a different direction. But if you look at what a lot of people are doing, they're kind of people that are going with that Native American-inspired look. A lot of them are just kind of, like, you know, kind of going with that beauty inspiration that Pocahontas gives. And I think you would do better with that. You got a beautiful scene here. The setting is perfect. Pocahontas looks fantastic. You got really good decor. Everything about this is perfect. The only thing I think I would tweak if I were you, I like the staff. I like the orb in the center. I would tweak the face. That's the only thing that feels a little strange to me is like the gray eyes and like the kind of wacky face paint. I would give her hazel eyes and just go with the natural beauty. I think people find that more relatable, and I think they like it even more. But still, even if you keep it how it is, this probably would get 4K as it is. But I think it could do better with more of a natural look. I really do. Bell B, I freaking love this snap. I actually shared it on my thumbnail today and on my Facebook. Look at this, you guys. Look at how pretty this is. I've been waiting to come across this. This is so pretty. Just look at that, dude. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. What else is there to say about this one? So pretty. You get the best of the Mulan, or sorry, the Moana outfit, which, you know, again, this outfit works really well for the Native American inspired look. You know, it does have like the beach kind of shells on it, but like they're two-dimensional, so it looks more like beads, and it does work really well. And the colors, the saturation, the fact that they got rid of the vignette border, you know, everything is very vibrant. It pops. We have a very tasteful little waterfall back here. And the combination of all these, like, baskets and the gourds, like, we have the gourd here, the pumpkin here, the melon, there's the acorns. You got all this great, like, harvest, you know? And that was a big thing with, like, you know, the hunter-gatherer, you know, nomadic tribes. You know, they were gatherers, and there's a lot of gathering. Also, Miko's little celebration pose there is so cute. Now for this one, I love that Pocahontas is even closer. And honestly, Belle, I would... Either one of these is fine. Like, Pocahontas is a little bit bigger and closer in this one. But she's featured very well in both. I will say in the one where she's closer, we can see more of the front of her face, which I really like. I would avoid too much of the side profile because she has a very pretty face when we can see the full face. So I think this one is the better of the two, but these are both easy 4K. Like, easy. Doesn't matter which one you pick. These are guaranteed success, I think. Bob's is next. We got Bob's coming in. Oh, I like the hair blowing in the wind. Very pretty, very pretty. The one with Thematic, I didn't realize, forgot to turn it off until I came to submit, so I need to retake, but I can easily recreate it. Okay. It's giving Britney 2002 vibes. Oh my god, bro. I see it. Now I see it. I didn't see it at first, but now that you said it's Britney, bitch, now I can't unsee it. Okay. I'm digging it. I can't decide if I like which path I like better. Okay, so this one has the clay. This one has the pebble. I say clay. I feel like this feels more true to the Native American style scene. Because, like, the laid pebble path, I don't know, it feels more like manufactured, you know? Like, this feels more nomadic in a sense. So, and also I like the colors of this one. So I like the path on that one more, but I like the pose here more. I really like this pose, especially with the hair, with both of you guys standing here with the hair blowing in the wind. So what I would do if I were you, Bobs, I would go with this style, with this path, but I would go with this pose and this placement for Pocahontas. I love the fact that the two of you, it looks like you're facing the world together. Now, if you do go with this, I do have a couple of recommendations for you. I would move the tree line up a bit because you don't need it as far away, and I see the edge here. So I would move the whole tree line up, and I would silhouette behind it just to get like a very beautiful scene behind the two of you. I would remove the vignette, and I would... That way we can make sure that even though Pocahontas is on the right-hand side, we still get good lighting and color on her. And I'd probably boost saturation a little bit. But yeah, I think you can get much better color out of this. So like if we look at, you know, the color and lighting here, I think you can get something more akin to this. I'm not saying it has to be this bright and colorful, but I would dial it up a little bit from where it is because I think you'll get better results by doing so. But yeah, definitely a combination of the two. Beautiful shot. And yeah, dude, the Britney vibes are so fun. That's so funny. I definitely see it. I can't unsee it now. You really did create a little Britney Spears here. Denny is next. Hello, Zamai. Thank you so much for the feedback and advice last week. This week I have a few different options for my snap. Appreciate your opinion on it. All right, so we got one. And we got this one. These are the two primaries. And it looks like you got one that had a little bit better saturation here as well. Now, I do like Pocahontas more on the left. Yeah, so we'll go with this one, but I would boost saturation here. Your other one had better color. Like, this one is good because it's simple. You have Pocahontas close. You have the waterfall very close. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said you can potentially get 4K with a super simple snap that you make in seconds. This snap, it's like, this would take literally 30 seconds to make. Well, maybe 5 minutes, you know? Like, it's a waterfall, it's flowers, ferns, a canoe, a tree, and Pocahontas. Like, that's it. Like, that's the longest thing about this. What would take the longest with this is making the outfit. That would be the most time-consuming thing in this entire thing. But if you have time, I would not go with this because voters can look at this and they'll know that you could do that very quickly. I think it would be better to go with something like this. This has way more detail. This is the safer bet. You know, I would only do something like this if you're limited for time because most people will be able to tell this is like very quick. It could still get 4K, but this is like a, hey, I only got 5 minutes this week situation. So I would say for sure submit this if you only have 5 minutes, but this is so good. This is so pretty. I think this is going to have a much better odds at 4K. Now, there are a couple little changes I would recommend here. So you have this stone path, this ancient road. That's not really going to work with the Native American style. You know, it was like nomadic, you know. And they're not going to, like, pave with stone like this. So that's why a lot of people are using, like, this clay path or mud path. It looks way better, and it fits the vibe of the building and of the scene and the environment and of the people so much better here. So that's why almost everybody's using either clay or mud path. So you don't want things to feel too, you know, urbanized or developed. Like, you want it to feel more nomadic, right? So I would avoid things like a lot of stone pathing. Leaf strewn path, clay path, and mud path are going to be best. Clay is the best. The sun-baked clay path from the Sunlight Plateau is the best here. But I would definitely get rid of this Ancient's Road path. Can you still get 4K with it? Yeah, I think you definitely can. But this would look so much more natural and so much better with the clay path. I also always recommend avoiding the color gray and the color white wherever you can, because it's going to give your Dreamsnap more color diversity, more beauty when you stay away from things like gray. So I would definitely swap out that gray for some of the sun-baked instead. But yeah, this is really pretty. I think this can definitely get 4K. I think you did a good job on this one. Out of the 3 or the 4 that you sent, this one has the best shot of Pocahontas and a great shot of the Avatar. I would just boost saturation a little bit, and I would swap that path out. I think you got a great shot of 4K here. LOTR. Another fall-themed one. Okay. So like I mentioned, you know, the fall-themed ones, they're a little bit of a risk because they're very different. It's not the environment Pocahontas was known for. It's not the environment we saw in the Pocahontas movies. And the items that are synonymous with Pocahontas would be things like the willow tree, like Mother Willow. So when you do the fall theme, you're not going to have that willow tree, you know, unless you throw it in with the fall stuff and it doesn't make sense. But it's beautiful. And the benefit, the plus of this is that it's different. You know, you're going to stand out because you're going to have a very different style of scene. And a lot of the Pocahontas stuff, you know, like the corn and the pumpkins, it works good for the fall scenes. So it definitely works. I think you did a great job with this, especially the foreground with the bow and arrow and the sunflowers. You got a great shot of Pocahontas. You know, the bind is a fun location for this. Really fun fall vibes. So overall, LOTR, I think it's a beautiful, beautiful scene. I think you did rather well here. I think it doesn't feel as natural as Pocahontas scenes with the willow or with the new items we're getting with this update. Like, you know, the more Pocahontas scenes. You know what I mean? So it's got pros and cons. It doesn't feel as in line with Pocahontas as a lot of the other snaps, which is a con, but the pro is that it will stand out. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just comes down to what your voters like more. You know, a lot of people might like scenes like this more, but some people might see scenes like this and say, you know what, I'm glad I found something different, and they might vote for that. So hard to say how it'll go. Ultimately, performance, I think this deserves 4K. But ultimately, how it performs will be determined by what it pops up against and what kind of voters it gets. You know, that's how it always goes. All right. And with that, I think we got Keto. And then tomorrow, we got Marpelli and Caroline Rose. But Keto's our last one from today. Submitted at 3:10. Marpelli submitted... Wait, it says Marpelli submitted at 2:47. Oh, Marpelli, you pushed yourself out of the queue by uploading during the stream. You put a second option in at 5:46. Caroline Rose did the same. They put a second option in at 6:57. So just remember, guys, if I'm live, if you upload, if you add anything to your review, it treats the entire upload as if you'd put it in at the time that you change it. I'll still take a look at y'all's. Denny. I literally just did Denny. Where were you? This is Denny. We just did Denny. What are you talking about? That was like 30 seconds ago. Did you fall asleep? Am I boring you? No, I'm kidding. Thanks for checking out, Ashley. No, I got it. Yeah, we got Denny. I think you were just taking a nap. All right. We were keto. Okay. Keto said, I'm really stressed out about this one, so I'd love your thoughts. I would hate to lose the streak, so anything and everything you think could help is appreciated and will be adjusted. It's been a long week. Yeah, I feel you. I had to do taxes this week. Within the last week. All right. Well, really, really nice lighting here, Keto. Really beautiful saturation. So lighting is good. Saturation is good. Really great color diversity. I like the wildlife. I do think it might be a little bit better for both of you to be a little closer. And I don't know about the big hair. I know the big hair is really fun, but it feels like a perm. Like, you know, like when you go to the salon and you get a perm and they fluff everything up. With the Native American outfit and posing with Mulan, Pocahontas, I would definitely recommend maybe pairing your look with a hairstyle that feels more in line with Native American. Like there's braided hairstyles that work really good, or you can go with, I don't know, there's a lot of fun hairstyles I think that could work really well here, but I don't know if I would go with the big hair. It feels, I haven't seen anybody using it, but it feels different. It doesn't feel quite right with the Pocahontas outfit. At least that's my feeling of it. The phone is really beautiful. I would still vote for this over a lot of photos I've seen today. But if it came up against another shot with a really good looking avatar that's paired really well with Pocahontas, I think I would vote for other looks over it. But I think if you were to alter the hairstyle and embrace more of a Pocahontas look for your avatar as well, I think it would resonate better with me. But again, that's personal preference. I don't know if everybody else is going to feel that way. I don't know if more people feel that way. That's just kind of where I am on it. I like this hair, but not for everything and not for nature, because it feels like a perm. It really feels like a perm. So I don't know if out in nature would be the best, perm look. Now, the forest is great. I love all the color. Beautiful pinks back here. We got the nice deep blue water. You got the glowing algae here. We got the blue fire. We got Pocahontas' house. So I love all that. I also love this blue braided shirt with this outfit. I was actually talking about that. Between you and Pocahontas, I would just love to see you guys a little bit closer. You don't have to be too much closer, but I would love to see you guys a little bit better here. I've seen so many shots this week where both the Avatar and Pocahontas are just highlighted so well. And especially with Pocahontas' pose, where she's in that power stance and her hair is blowing. I think when voters are going through, I think they're going to be very excited to see Pocahontas. And the better you can highlight that, the more impactful you can deliver Pocahontas, I think the better you're going to perform overall. I think we're going to see a lot of snaps in like the top 100 where Pocahontas is very strong. I fixed the closeness and the hair during the stream. I knew it. No way. Did you already do that? Let's see. Oh, did you? Let me see. You can upload your new one if you want. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, you called it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, dude. How do you know what I'm going to say before I even say it? That's crazy, dude. Honestly, that's impressive. That's pretty cool. Yeah, perfect. This is exactly what I meant. Yeah, dude, that looks really good. That looks great. Yeah, the hairstyle I think is perfect. I think it resonates really well with Pocahontas. And you guys are a bit closer. Yeah. Well, that's it, I guess. You already did it, I guess. That's all. What do you even need me for? Why don't you just predict what I'm gonna say and then do that each week, and you don't even have to submit for a review. Just look at your snap and be like, what would Senpai say about this? And then do that thing, and you're all done, I guess. No, solid. Yeah, very good. Yeah, great job with the hair. Since Pocahontas is facing a little bit away from the sun, It might be a good idea to slightly boost character lighting, just to get her whole face to kind of light up. You can try it, see how it looks. I would give it a try, see how you feel about it. And again, you know, I do like that you're closer. But keep in mind, there are going to be a lot of snaps out there this week where, you know, there are very bold highlights of the Avatar and Pocahontas. I'm not saying you got to be right up on top of her, but I've seen so many snaps where Pocahontas is playing a very big role, and I think a lot of those are going to be hard to beat. There are a lot of these snaps where, like this one, I love this like one with John Smith, where, you know, Pocahontas plays an even bigger role than the Avatar. And I think I mentioned this during my guide about this challenge. I think this is going to be one of those weeks where if you can showcase the villager very prominently, that you'll be rewarded for it, because Pocahontas is just really beautiful. So, and the closer you get to that beauty, it's the same as like the houses. You know, when a house is really pretty, if you put it closer in, you can see the details. It's the same with Pocahontas here. So you could stand to get even closer than this. Now, I know the downside is we would lose out on some of the details you have in your background, but Pocahontas is so beautiful that it would literally be worth the trade-off because of how pretty she is. You know, I know it's hard when you put really fun details like all these sunflowers and, you know, the drum and like all these fun things back here. It's like hard to want to cover any of that. But like when you think of the trade-off of a very beautiful Pocahontas close to the camera, in some cases it might be worth it. You know what I mean? All right, so we had Marpelli. And just be careful, guys. Be careful uploading new snaps while I'm live. I will take these today, but normally I would not. Normally these would be pushed back to tomorrow because as I was looking at it, I thought I was done. But I'm assuming you guys did not know that this would push you back in the queue, so don't worry about it this week. So, Marpelli, your first shot, definitely a big improvement here. Your first shot, you got a nice shot of Pocahontas' house. We got this nice tree line in the back. Tree's kind of far away. You got a nice cart here with the gourds. A really good outfit for the Avatar. And then, of course, you already guessed it. Pocahontas should probably play a bigger role. Your new one, amazing. Amazing. You didn't even need me to review your snap. You knew what to do based on my other reviews. I love to see that. I love to see that. Look at how strong she is here. Looking right at the camera. Great lighting. Great power stance. Hair blowing in the wind. Good wind around the Avatar as well. You got this nice swirl right around you here. Beautiful green fire. And look at the difference between these two. And this is before I even got to Marpelli. They just heard me talking about Pocahontas being closer. And they also shuffled some things around too. Like we moved Pocahontas up, but the angle is slightly better too. They've pivoted the angle a little bit. And yeah, you got this fun silhouette around the Avatar, which, you know, you could do. You absolutely don't have to do this, but you can. I think it's fun. The only downside is having the waterfalls. They have this weird glitch where the silhouette doesn't affect them. So now you have these like weird blues like inside of it. So maybe where you have the silhouette, it might be worth like toning back the waterfalls because you're not really going to see these past the silhouette anyway. So maybe do trees back there. Or if you did get rid of that particular waterfall, you could bring some of these trees up closer. Maybe you have them all low so you can see the Mickey Cloud. Just word of advice, guys, do not put too much emphasis on the Mickey Cloud. It is not as important as a lot of people think. If you're making your snap and you have an opening and it comes by and you photograph it, cool, use it. You know, that's cool. But don't build your scene around the Mickey Cloud. Never build your scene around the Mickey Cloud. Treat it as a fun little treat if it pops up. That's how you should look at it. You know, Mickey Cloud, if you look at like the top 3 public photos, very rarely do they include the Mickey Cloud. And if you look at the top 100 photos, most of them don't have it. It's just there. You know, it just pops up sometimes. And if it shows up and it looks good, great. But like, you really don't need to rely on it. Like, look at, this is one of the prettiest pictures I've seen all day. Belle's photo here. And instead of a Mickey Cloud, we have this beautiful aurora. We have this tree line. You know, if she wanted to, she could have built this around a Mickey Cloud, but then her horizon would be lower and she wouldn't have this beautiful structure here. But no, she you know, focused on the scene itself. And, you know, if a Mickey Cloud showed up, great, but it's not what it was built around. Sorry, my cat's in front of the camera. Horty, I'm almost done, buddy. I'm almost done. It's Dreamsnap Review Day, buddy. You know how it goes. Come here. Come here, little fella. Okay. All right. Marpelli said, yeah, it came to my mind too. Yeah, you did well. You did very well on the remake here. You did very good. So yeah, going from, you know, and also you had a lot of open space here. So what I try to tell people when it comes to moving villagers or avatars closer, they're great filler. You took this empty space that we don't really have anything in. I mean, there's this drum here, but you can always move it over. But, like, there's a lot of open grass here. You have a lot of space beside you. So by taking Pocahontas and putting her there, it's a great way to utilize that space. And it showcases Pocahontas so much better, which I think is going to just, that's going to go over very well this week. All right, Caroline, last shot of the day. We got one, and then this is the one you submitted midstream here. So I do really like your original outfit, Caroline. I don't think you needed to change. Now, I do like that you made your avatar more tan. I do like that you went with the hazel eyes, but you didn't need to, for the new Bluebird outfits, I'll be honest, I don't like this one that much. The shoulder pads feel so big on the female. I feel like if you're going to use the blue, I mean, you can use that one if you want. You really can. But I'll be honest, I like the other one more. This one, even though I feel like it was made for the male, feels more feminine than the one made for the female. It's a bit more form-fitting, and I feel like, I don't know, this one, color-wise, like with the orange, it catches the sun really well. I don't know, I really like the way this one works, especially if you have these earrings. It can look really, really good. But yeah, you don't have to use this one. I just really, really think this one looks quite nice. This one works good too. But I actually like your original outfit more than this one. Now, I do like the darker skin. So if you went darker skin with this one, with the hazel eyes, and then kept this outfit, I think I would really like the look. And then the other thing is, I love that you brought Pocahontas closer. Bringing Pocahontas in closer is a very big deal here, as mentioned many, many times. I mean, heck, you could bring her even closer than this, and that would still be fine. I think that would be even better, actually. So you could bring her in even more if you wanted to. But I love the little riverway you've made. I do like the new look of the avatar, but I don't think you had to change it. You did have a really fun look before. This is still fine, though. Regardless, I think both of these were very likely to get 4K. But I do think your new one is even more likely because you showcase Pocahontas better. I like the new green flame. It kind of contrasts well since you already have the blue from the water back here. I like the topiaries. I like the Miko pose. And the new outfit is fun. I'm not the biggest fan of this outfit, but that might just be me. I don't know if it's everybody, so I'm not gonna say you need to change it. Maybe I'm just weird. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me in chat. Like, with these, because, I mean, it's a $55 Moonstone bundle outfit, but, like, I just don't really like this version of it on the female. It's just the shoulders feel so broad, and the back piece, like, goes half down, and then the way it ties together at the top here, it doesn't have the fun colors. Like, whereas this one, I don't know, I like this one so much more. I think it's so much prettier. And when it comes to Dream Snaps, that's often the deciding vote for a lot of people. Like, what's prettier? What's more beautiful? It's hard to say. It's a unisex option, LOTR, but no, it's not supposed to be for the male avatar. Or are you talking about the other one? No, the other one's for the female. They just made it look more masculine. So the other one is definitely for the female because it has an open chest. So if we look at this one, it just doesn't have as good of colors as the other one. So this one that I'm wearing on the female, this one's for the male. But it looks really good on the female. It looks even better on the female than it does on the male. Like on the male, it doesn't even look good. And then this is the one for the female, which honestly, if it wasn't for the freaking chest piece here, this would look better on the male. But this is clearly for the female because of the, you know, the way the chest is set up. But the very broad shoulders, especially with this piece on, like, this would have made more sense on the male. But, like, neither one of these look good on the male, to be honest. They both look pretty bad. But if you're using the female, they both look really good. Well, I mean, well, one of them looks really good. The other one looks all right. But yeah, look at how much tighter it is on her. Like on the male, it looks so wide, it kind of falls down from his shoulders. But on the female, this one gets really slim on the waist, and you have this really fun pattern with the feather on the orange belt. And then it also has a lot of the bright blue, whereas the other one doesn't. So if we look at this one, there's no bright blue, except on the sleeves. It's got silver, it's got the dark green, but look at the bright blue in the earrings, right? You only see that on the sleeve. Now look at this one. You get bright blue on the shoulders, bright blue on the sleeves, up by the elbow. You get it on the chest piece. You get it on the wrist. You get it on the back. Like, dude, this one looks so much better. And if you look, you know, especially if you're going to do these earrings or bright blue hair pieces, you know, I think it just, overall, I don't know. Like I said, it might just be me, but, like, this one is not very flattering on either the male or female. The waist piece is really wide, and the shoulders are really broad. And look at that. That feels way more feminine, except for the pants, but we're not going to see the pants because we're going to be close up. So the only thing about this one that feels weird on the female would be the pants, I think. But if you're going to be close up, that doesn't matter. You're only going to see this part. But again, the big takeaway is, you know, when it comes to Dream Snaps, the number one thing voters are looking for is a pretty photo and whatever you can do to make it more beautiful. Oh yeah, I forgot what the bottom part looked like. Yeah, the bottom part is weird. Like, I'm not a big fan of the pants on this one. But I never look at them, you know? Like, when I use this in a picture, like, I'm going to be, like, right up on the camera anyway. So we're not going to see the pants. We're just going to see... I also really like the little, you know, the little leaf beads that kind of, or the little feathers that hang off the side. The bracer on one of the sleeves. And again, my favorite thing is all the light blue. The light blue buttons here. And it doesn't have broad shoulders. Even though this one is the unisex option, it's way more feminine than the dress. All right. Hordy, I'm almost done. Calm down. Calm down. All right. Either way, Caroline, both of your looks are pretty. Kimberly, we got a brand new supporter. Let's go. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you. Also, Kimberly, you got all night to submit for a Dreamsnap review if you would like. As long as you get your Dreamsnap submitted to our Discord before I go live tomorrow. And heck, even after I go live, we'll be fine because we probably won't get too many. We got most people done today, so we should be able to get you reviewed tomorrow for sure. If you want a review, you might just be supporting just to show support. Sometimes people do. They don't submit for reviews. They just do it out of love. But some people do love and reviews, so that's fun. So yeah, if you want to do that, let us know. Let us know. Me and the mods will be happy to help. Samantha put the Discord link in chat. Just be sure to link your Twitch and your Discord. Guru said, I've never submitted. Have you really never submitted for a review? You really just support out of love. That's amazing. Well, to be fair, there's a lot of people here that supported long before I started doing reviews. But, you know, it is a nice perk. It is a nice perk of being a supporter. It's just a way I can give back, which is good. Well, you guys, with that, I think we have finally reached the end of today's reviews. I think we're finally caught up. We're finally done. That took a while. 4.5 hours. I'm tired. And we got a brand new supporter at the end of the stream. Let's go. Let's go. Kimberly, thank you. Thank you. If you have any questions about how any of this works, feel free to ask us in the Discord or here in chat, wherever you want to go. Let me check up on YouTube chat as well now that we're done. Ashley, thank you, thank you. I saw you responding to Livsdoll there. Livsdoll said, do you have to be a channel member to get your Dreamsnap rated? Yeah, either channel member or Twitch supporter, whichever one works for you. To be fair, yeah, I used to do reviews for everybody. I used to do reviews for followers and channel members, but it got so busy that my stream literally wouldn't end. It was bad. Like, the reviews got popular, and, like, it was 1 week. I went live at 3, and it was, like, past 10 p.m., it was, like, no end in sight. Like, people just kept submitting. And then it got to the point where I was like, dude, I physically can't do reviews for everybody. So now I have to pick who I'm going to review and who I'm not. And the only way that made sense to do that was like, well, if anybody should get a review, if anybody should, you know, be the focus of these reviews, it really should be the people that make the content possible. They got to come first, you know. They got to come first. And if I have free time, like on Tuesday, once we finish all the reviews, if we finish with like an hour or 2 hours left, I will definitely take follower reviews as well if we have time. Most weeks we don't, but if we do, you know, I'd be more than happy to take a look at some more snaps from you guys, even if you're not a supporter, because I enjoyed doing reviews for everybody. It just got too crazy. It got to where I just couldn't keep up with it, and I thought I was gonna go mad, you know. And I was also just a very EP boy. But it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun, you guys. Thank you for being here for another session of Snap Reviews. I'm going to skedaddle. I got a new YouTube short and TikTok to upload. I got a new video to edit tomorrow. I am about to really, now that my taxes are done, and now that the update is out and we're getting caught up, I have a lot of YouTube content planned. I want to go heavy into YouTube this year. I want to do more shorts. I want to do more long format. I want to cover more different games. I want to give more back to channel members. I just want to do more for everybody. So I am going to be going, as Samantha said, balls to the wall on YouTube here. So yeah, keep an eye out. I'll be working on some more content tomorrow. I've already got a script written for a Cult of the Lamb guide. I have a script in the work for Dreamsnaps, another good Dreamsnap tutorial coming out for you guys. A lot planned. So keep an eye out for that. I will catch you guys on the stream tomorrow. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to end the stream on YouTube and then say goodbye to Twitch as well. Drop a like on YouTube if you have not yet. That would be awesome. And if you're catching this stream at the end, it'll be posted on my YouTube channel, so you can always watch it back. Ta-ta! Have a good night. All right, now to say goodbye to my friends here on Twitch as well. Kimberly said, maybe I've just been watching, trying to learn, but still have a long way to go. That's okay, Kim. That's okay. You know, I